All right, I appreciate everybody showing up. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
Attorney Plunkett. Call
Yes,
to
sir.
order.
Well, we would request a motion to go into executive or legal session for the purpose of discussing pending and potential litigation, real estate, and personnel matters.
So moved.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Let's vote by the usual sign.
That was Mr. Garrett and Miss Rice, right?
Yes, it was. Oh my God. Thank y'all.
That
We're in
motion carries with Mr. Johnson, Mr. Lewis, Ms. Scott, and Mayor Johnson out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Catherine. All right, Attorney Plunkett, like to take over?
Mr. Mayor, we would request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
All right. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second. Or so moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Don Clark. Second by Ms. Tina Slendak. Got a motion and a second. Let's vote, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I'll be facilitating. I was waiting on that.
That motion carries with Mr. Lewis, Ms. Scott, and Mayor Johnson out.
All right, Madam Clerk, is there any other business this body needs to worry about?
No, sir.
All right,
Good.
that concludes. And we're going to let public service take over from here. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Public Services Committee. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, ma'am.
Okay. With that being said, and if my colleagues have no objections, I would like to consent items number 9, 10, 13, and 14. Do I have any objections to consenting items 9, 10, 13, and 14? Without that, Madam Clerk, I'd like to consent those items and then start with item 1. Excuse me, I'm sorry. What am I doing? We gonna vote? Yeah. Okay.
We need a motion.
Who?
Who?
Got a motion.
Okay, you,
Second.
okay.
Second. I don't have my mic on there. No. Okay.
Ms. Scott. Did you vote?
Oh, you're welcome.
It's unanimous.
Okay. May we go from top to bottom, Madam Clerk?
Okay. Item number 1 is a request of follow-up from the Parks and Recreation Department about the approved changes for Diamond Lakes and the status and timeline for all projects.
Okay, thank
Ms.
you.
Turnley, Commissioner Turnley.
All right, Commissioner from the 4th, you have the floor. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to follow up. I think we made some progress, at least listing the things that we were looking at. So I'm looking for a representative from Parks and Rec if they are in the house. Well, hey there, Miss Williams. How are you doing today?
Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
Beautiful and yellow.
Thank you. So I just want to give an update about Diamond Lakes Regional Parks. We had various on-call work that we're looking to do. I know the last meeting that my Deputy Director Williams had came up and just gave a small update, but just the progress of where we are so far. So we went out to the site and we had determined that we're going to use our on-call vendors to assist us with work. So in reference to the benches, we will be installing the benches along the walking trail. And so we're looking to get started with those within the next 2 weeks. Our sidewalk, we've already met with a vendor out there as well. We're going to extend the sidewalk all the way throughout the park. And so we have identified the area of how long, which would be well over, I think it's 1.3 miles across the whole entire regional park to create that sidewalk. So we met with the vendor out there on where there's gonna be designed from. And then also for our shelters, we've identified the areas which we're gonna have 3 shelters added to the site, 2 smaller ones, and then we're gonna add where the current existing shelter is, we're gonna add another larger one over there at that location. So we'll have 2 kind of in that area. We have identified the other smaller shelters just throughout the park, as you're getting ready to come in, where you're turning the entrance where the ball fields are, kind of lingering to that left. And then if you move further around on the other ball field that's on the right, that area over there as well, because we already have some picnic tables and benches everywhere where people would go and sit at. It's just not a shelter structure on that side.
Right. Let me ask you, excuse me, the next time you go out there, I want to give you my number because I really like to do a walkthrough, and probably Mr. Howard as well, since he was so instrumental in getting all of this done. Just want to make sure that him and everyone else is updated.
And
Thank you for,
to your question with that and us doing a walkthrough. So Mr. Howard, and I think one other person that came along with him actually met Mr. Deputy Williams out there on last week.
Okay,
and
great.
so they did a walkthrough, and that's where they had the conversations of where people mainly sit, and then those areas. So we, like I said, identified where those shelters going to be, and just we kind of gave him the lay of the land of what we were looking to do, and our deal for the park out there for the improvements.
and he was okay with where the shelters and all that were going?
Yes, because
Okay,
those were
great.
some of the suggestions that he had got from the community as well. So we went out, and again, we looked at the site and said, okay, if it did not fit, because I know specifically one area where it was in question of where we should have a
Right.
shelter at, and it was a lot of
Exactly.
trees and roots and stuff. So when you're putting down a concrete slab, you don't want to put it in a place where you have roots growing up and then it busts up the concrete. So we didn't want that to be an end result once something is laid down. So that particular area, we did not, it was not suggested to put there, but we moved into another location.
Okay, wonderful. And thank you so much for your quick response about the restrooms. I don't think that answered the gentleman's question, but it is what it is. But thank you.
And that's my update for Diamond Lakes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you both. Madam Clerk, I am going to pull item number 2, please.
Yes,
Renee,
ma'am.
okay.
Madam Chair, could we just get a motion to receive this as information
yes,
so we could
Yes,
get the committee consent to it?
So move.
Got us. Okay, got a motion, got
We're
one and a
receiving
second.
it as information.
Okay, receiving as information, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
You gonna do it without objection, or are we
Yes, ma'am, I
voting?
was going to do it without objection.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Sorry about that. All right, let's see, item number.
Item number 2, an update on ordinance for,
Yes, ma'am,
sorry.
we're going to pull that for today. We need more time for discussion on that one. So
You
we're
wanna
gonna
delete
pull-
it?
Delete for
Without-
today.
okay.
Without objection.
okay.
All right. Takes us to item 3.
Number 3, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Update on usage audit on the parks and recreation facilities, and discuss how to consolidate parks and community centers in order to provide better service and consistent maintenance for these facilities, considering divesting or underused parks. Why?
You want to put them together? Yes. Okay. That's, Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
since we are on 3, item 7 is very similar. In fact, it probably will have a lot of discussion in 3. Can we combine them as companion items?
Companion? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 3
Okay.
and 7.
Okay. Item number 7 is to discuss results from underutilized recreation parks facilities.
All right, that's Commissioner Garrett's item.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome.
See, Mr. Latson's already up to talk about this. Apparently, he's very anxious to get started.
I don't know about that. I might be getting beat up by the time I leave, I guess. I don't know.
So I guess we'll just listen to his presentation and then we'll talk about it after.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and committee members and commissioners. Just to kind of give you, I like to start off with a background on how we started and how we got to this point. Back in April, it was on April 29th, we did a presentation based on the utilization and underutilization of park. We stated the methodology, how we would actually collect data for the parks to determine whether they were utilized or underutilized. So I'm gonna kind of hit that background a little bit. The agenda is basically an amendment to the agenda that we did on April 29th. We're going to state the problem statement in the background, the methodology that we use to determine what parks are utilized, deemed utilized, or underutilized. We also gave an example back then, and then, of course, there was some data that was missing, so we updated that data on this example. And then we'll talk about the initial park results. And once we talk about that, we will talk about the limitation of the results. Also, we have an appendix on some of the pictures and kind of like a hands-on kind of methodology that we actually use to accomplish this task. Then we open it up for discussion, comments, and questions. Problem statement in the background. Augusta Recreation and Parks Department has over 51 park locations throughout the county. We did change that. We had it at 70, 71, I think, because we actually included the facilities in there as well. So we took that out. That was a discussion that we had about a month ago, so we separated that out. To bring these facilities to current standards and maintain them properly for the first year would cost an estimated $22 million. This is the cost that we came up with, I want to say 2 years ago, where we actually did an assessment of each one of the facilities. And if we was to do everything, bring it up to par, it would cost right at $22 million. Currently, Parks and Rec, they're getting actually on the average $1.2 million per year for maintenance. So as you can see, that's a big, that won't really put a dent in the current parks that we have to maintain them. Given past and current maintenance funding for park facilities and rising construction and maintenance costs, current financial situation is not sustainable. It is essential to determine which parks are being utilized and are underutilized for short and long-term planning, future SPLOS projects, annual maintenance budget, and of course, decision-making purposes. The methodology that we use, and again, we presented this back in April, the end of April. The team studied and determined the following factors should be variables when making financial decisions on parking facilities. One is the estimated annual maintenance cost per facility, park classification, which is 5 areas: mini park, neighborhood park, community park, regional park, and special purpose facilities. On the side of these classification, we do have the points that would be given to each one of these classifications. Condition of the park, whether it's in good, poor, fair, or good condition. As you can see, 1 is given to poor, 3 fair, and 5 to good. Proximity to other parks, distance to park in radius miles. If there's another park that's equal to or less than half a mile away, that park is given 3 points. If it's 0.75 miles or 3/4 of a mile, that park is given 6 points. 1 mile will be given 9 points, and anything greater or equal to a mile is 12 points. Park size, less than or equal to 1 acre is 1 point. 1 to 5 acres, 2 points. 5 to 10 acres, 3 points. 10 to 20 acres, 4 points. And anything that's greater than or equal to 20 acres is 5 points. Park usage. This is the item or the data that we were actually missing. Everything from 1 to 5 was data that we had put together, either got from a previous study or we obtained that data between the department and ISM. However, when we presented on April 29th and also a month ago, we did not have the park usage. And as you can see, those are weighted pretty heavily. This section is actually weighted heavier than the other 5 sections. So high is 68% to 100% usage. Medium is 33% to 67% usage, which is 25 points. And low is 0 to 32%, which is 5 points. So I think with that, we want to look at an example. We updated this and we took this example, Diamond Lakes, and gave you like a real life type scenario or problem. And as you can see, Diamond Lakes, it's a special purpose facility, that's 35 points. It's in good condition, that's 5 points. And any other parks around it is greater than or equal to 1 mile, and that's 12 points. This is the actual camera. There's several cameras that are out there, and the usage we calculated was between 0 and 33%, which is 5. And the way that we calculated the usage is we determined what the maximum capacity was for each park. And with having the maximum capacity, the cameras actually took pictures or monitored the actual people that were at the parks. So we took that number and divided by the maximum capacity, and of course multiply it by 100, and you get your percentage based on that. So now we're going to go to the parks based on the usage. And these were the parks that are considered underutilized. And what we did was, because we had limited data, when I say limited data, we had data between like a month to 2 months of data. And so what we did was we looked and said, hey, 0 to 25, pretty much say that those parks are being underutilized. When we actually looked at if we take like a day and the average would be like 1 to 2 to 3 people a day, maybe some a little bit more than that, but that was pretty much the average. So what we did do too, we looked at the peak. What was the peak throughout that time? And that's the number that we used. So even with that, these parks right here were actually 25 points or less. Now, interestingly enough, I wanted to kind of, when we went through it, I wanted to call out the projects that are SPLOST projects and projects that have grant funds on it. That's in like a pink reddish, and those projects are Big Oak, Boykin Road Park, and Dice Park. These are, Big Oak is a SPLOST 8 project. Matter of fact, that project is scheduled to bid, I think I want to say November, early November. I think November 5th. And Boykin Road is a grant project, and that project is also scheduled to be bid in November. And Dyes Park is a SPLOST project. I want to say SPLOST 7, a combination of SPLOST 7 and SPLOST 8 project. And that's scheduled to be bid, I want to say the second quarter of next year. So I wanted to call that out, you know, just to say those projects, if you have SPLOST dollars or the grants are on those projects pretty much, you know, we have to go ahead and still improve those projects, unless I'm wrong on it. So, but these are the parks that we identified with the time frame that we had that would be considered underutilized. These are the parks that we would recommend. I think we need to get more data collection on these parks, and anything between 26 and 59, we thought we needed to probably get some additional data on it. Currently, right now, we've actually got data between, for the month of September that we have to collect, which will probably be the end of this week or the first of next week. And so those would be included in this analysis, and then we'll update those if needed. Again, these are the projects that we think need some, that requires more data collection. We have some parks in here that actually, it's right at 59. You have one in here that's actually 59, so it might change once we get the month of September downloaded and analyzed. Parks that are considered utilized. Diamond Lakes is one, the Riverwalk, Augusta Commons, and Riverfront Marina. Based on the data that we had received on these, Augusta Common, I highlighted that one. The actual capacity, peak capacity was actually more than the maximum capacity. So when we look at things like this, what does that mean? That means that the Augusta Common probably needs to be, some additional improvements need to be done, but expanded for the Augusta Common. That's what that tells us. So again, like I said, this is a tool, a decision-making tool, pretty much that will help you in your SPLOST, and this is a prime example of what you can do with that and say, hey, Augusta Commons, we need to expand that particular park. Riverwalk was high, and as you can see, the park usage were high in these areas, at these locations. These are parks where we discovered that the cameras were defective, so we've corrected that and trying to get the data on these particular parks. But there were 7 of them, and out of 137 cameras, 7 of them were defective. Okay. Limitation of the results. There was a short time frame for collecting the data. I think there were some of them that, like I said, we didn't get data on them. The cameras were defective. And so they ranged between 2 weeks to 2 months of data, depending on the park. 7 of 137 cameras were defective, which is not bad at all. The analysis didn't consist of any seasonal variation. No weather data consideration was given. Weekend and special events were not separated out. No children and adult separation was identified as well, and there wasn't any time variation. Now, the data and the information that we do have on the camera, can we do these? Yes, and we have collected data, we just hadn't analyzed these factors right here. This is an example of what we use for proximity, and we also looked at population. So this is a heat map, an interactive heat map that we use to see how the population correlated with the parks and parks within each other throughout the county. So we use a map such as this. Here are some pictures of the camera at work. This was on the 31st, and it shows the temperature, the time, and where the camera was at. This is the Augusta Commons. So this was like a peak, and I think the maximum capacity was like maybe for the park is like 800, but I think there was like 1,300 people that were out there. So let me mention this too. We started doing manual counts. We had probably about 15 people, 16 people doing manual counts. And meanwhile, we had staff sitting back here, Floyd. His team came up, wrote an AI program to actually do the counts. And our actual team, manual counts, couldn't actually count this. So they developed a program, AI program, that actually estimated how many people were in parks like this. So they did an excellent job on that. I couldn't do it myself. So, and this was the Augusta Soccer Park. So that same program did the same thing here and identified those individuals to try to do an accurate count. And so again, this camera takes pictures every 15 minutes, 24/7, every 15 minutes. And that concludes my presentation, and open it up for discussion, comments, and questions.
Okay, thank you, AB. I appreciate it. We got several on the queue, so you might want to hang tight. I'm going to go with Commissioner Pulliam first.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for your presentation,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Latson. My first question is, in regards to the park usage, what was the scale that was used as far as like the exact number of people in each percentage group? So you said 68 to 100%, but how many people am I looking at?
Basically, the way how that's calculated is the park has a capacity. It has a capacity, a number of people that can be in there. So what the camera does is take pictures of the number of people that are in there every 15 minutes. And normally what you would probably do is probably take an average, but the average would be low. So what we did was looked at all the pictures and saw what the peak was, which was the highest at one given time. And so that was the number that we used.
Okay.
Within that time frame. And you take that number and divide it by your maximum capacity, multiply by 100, and you get your percentage. And if that percentage, let me find that. If that percentage falls in between 68% to 100%, then that's a high percentage, 45 points. If that percentage falls between 33 to 67%, that's 25. And if it falls between 0 and 32%, then that's considered low. You get 5 points.
Okay. And this, I'm sure you've given us this information before. I didn't see it in this presentation, though. This was a time frame of when did this start and when was it completed?
Well, it varies. We started in July. When we did the presentation at the end of April, we were put on hold because we had to determine whether we could use the cameras or not. So when we got the go-ahead to put out the cameras, it was in July, so that's when we started putting them out.
So July to September?
July to the beginning of September,
Okay.
yes. So we still have a month of data that we have to collect, which is September. September.
Okay. Do you have a map? I saw the heat map is in there, but do you have a map that shows the proximity, so the distance between each park?
Yeah, we have, I don't have it in the presentation itself, but we can get that to you.
Yes.
But we do have an overall map that shows proximity of other parks.
Okay, if we could get that, that would be great. And then what was the criteria for judging the conditions of the actual parks?
We actually went out there and actually looked at the park, each park. We looked at the previous study that was done in 2016, and then we also went out there again, because that's almost 10 years later, and so we looked at that as well, and then determined whether the park was in poor, fair, or good condition.
Okay, so the fact that some of these parks, I'm looking at, I know, and I'm of course looking at the parks in my area because I'm familiar with those parks. Minnick Park, for instance, I know that the restrooms were inoperable for quite some time. I know that actually in several of my parks, the swing sets were taped off, showing that they were dangerous. So as a parent, I'm not going to take my child to a park that's showing danger. So that's going to, of course, decrease my numbers from actually being at that park. I know that Dowdry Park, there's been some damage that was over there that was ongoing, and we were constantly trying to get funding to replace some of that broken equipment. And then, like I said, restrooms, damaged fences, all of those types of things. How was that calculated? I want to make sure the calculations correlate. So the calculations in regards to how damaged the park was, are people going to be prone to go to these damaged parks versus the number of people visiting the parks? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, but we did take that into consideration. That's where the condition of the parks come into play. If the park is in bad shape, it gets a lower point because people are not going to go there. So we did take that into consideration.
Okay.
If the park is in good condition and people are going there, but if they're not going, if they're not going to a park that's in good condition, then then there's some problems there. But
Exactly.
we did take that in consideration.
Okay. And the ones that are on the list for requiring more data collection,
Yes, ma'am.
I know for a fact, now I don't stand out there and count, but Pendleton King Park is full on a daily basis, even with the dog park being down. So I'm sure that the methodology definitely worked. However, I'm just looking at the parks that I know that every time I go past the parks, they are full, even with damaged equipment. So, yeah.
That's one we can look at. That was one of the reasons why we did put the cameras out there. And it might be something where we can go back and double check that and just make sure the numbers. Like I said, we can do a double count on that using actual staff and the AI and compare the two and see if we come up close. They've been actually coming up pretty close. It's probably been about maybe 1% to 2% difference, but we can definitely double check that.
Okay, and this is my last question, Madam Chairwoman. W.T. Johnson, it was W.T. Johnson Center. I know it's not necessarily a park, but for Carrie J. Mays Park, was it taken into account my senior center as well? The fact that on a daily basis, people are actually going to the senior center So was it the park and recreation?
I think this is the park, not the actual community center. I think the community center, we
Oh,
took the
the com-
facilities out. Yeah,
Okay, so the community center as well as where some of my
yeah, I think the
people of
community
all
center.
ages play basketball inside of the actual gym. So was that taken into account? Because that's
But
also,
The community center and the gym is fine, because that's inside. We looked at the park piece here.
okay, so you differentiated between the traffic of people playing on the playground versus people going inside
We
to play
took-
basketball?
We took the facilities out.
Okay, so I don't know how we incorporate that information, Madam Chairwoman, but that's necessary, because on a day when it's raining, I may be visiting my park, but I may be going inside the center because of the fact that it's raining or the weather, it's hot outside. So,
I think they keep a count of people inside them,
okay,
the actual facility.
And Commissioner, to answer your question, that would be more on the programming side and getting statistics on who actually visit inside the facilities. So this is more of outside, when you're using the amenities at the park. And I want just to keep in mind that when, the usage, it could be where I go to a park and I'm only using a certain apparatus, or I'm only using a certain area. I may just go to the basketball court. So if I'm only just using that section and that's the part that the camera is capturing, the capacity is much more larger than that on that specific location. And so when we're adding these figures and making these calculations, it could come low, but it's not saying I may not go out there every day, or you may not have a crowd at the ballpark. The basketball court every day is just maybe that amenity that draws me to that park.
okay.
So, but for programming inside, it's more of a programming statistic aspect.
Okay, all right. I definitely, thank you, Director Williams, for your explanation. Thank you, Mr. Ladson, again for your presentation. I just want to make sure that we do recognize that parks that are in a lot of areas that need these facilities for our youth, that we are taking that into consideration, which that was not a category, but we have to take that into account, because if you don't have anything to do, an idle mind is the enemy's workshop.
And that was the youth you were mentioning?
The youth as well as anyone else, because when I have green space, when I have places to go, and I'm looking at that based upon a lot of my parks are on the lower spectrum. So if I don't have places to go, if there's no green space, if there's nothing to do, then what am I going to do? Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
You're welcome. Thank you. Commissioner Garrett?
Thank you. Mr. Ladson, thank you for all of this data that you've been able to collect over these last few months. I know that this was quite the chore, especially when you look at the amount of parks that we have. I know that just looking at this list, a lot of them are not open. And I had to kind of chuckle actually at your scoring on Lock and Dam Park as rating the condition at a 3. That one probably deserves negative numbers, if I'm being completely honest, because that one is rough. But just looking at this list of 21 that you put that are considered underutilized, even with the addition of September's numbers, which aren't represented here, do you see any of these numbers changing for these parks?
Probably not. Maybe they might go up a little bit, but
Not enough to classify them.
yeah, we're going to run the numbers. So, just so everybody be.
And I know that I know that quite a few of these are parks that are directly connected to community centers like Mays Park, Eastview, Sandhills, Johnson. I mean, those all have community centers literally next to them. I may have missed a couple, but so even if we were talking about getting rid of those parks, we really can't, because they're already connected to a community center sitting there. And so is that something that, when we're talking about cost savings and things like that, how do we account for those that are directly attached to a community center or just a building? I think the one on Highland Avenue has a building. I don't think it's staffed, but I know there's a building sitting there. So how do we account for that? And, even as we're trying to go through this list of 21, and actually it's 18 because 3 of those currently have SPLOST projects going on. So it's not like we could get rid of those parks. So looking at the 18 that are left here, do you have any estimate of what the cost savings would be to Richmond County? I mean, these are the county's parks, and they belong to the citizens, but we're also trying to make decisions on how to not have conditions of park rated as ones. We want these utilizations to go up. We see consistently where the regional and special parks are utilized at a very, very high rate. So I think that definitely shows that that's a much better model. Surrounding communities have also shown that. So
I think I guess let me use a three approach phase. I think there's 3 different things you can do. There are some parks, like you said, that are attached to a community center in the vicinity, right there on the property. That's still a maintenance cost. So you can demo it, what have you, and not have to worry about the maintenance of the actual equipment. As far as lost my train of thought there. As far as costs, the cost can be, you can look at the cost in two ways. The money that you would spend on maintaining it, or the money that you do spend on maintaining it, you can take that, and we do have an estimate that we did on each park. I don't have it here with me, but you can take that under consideration and say, hey, that's a cost saving. The other option that can be done is, if it's a standalone park, you can sell it. Now, I say that because when I was here at the city umpteen years ago, the city did actually do that. They sold property. Mm-hmm. And now it's a vetting process. It has to go through the legal process, and I think probably, matter of fact, I think Jim might have been involved in it. It has to go through each of the departments to see if the property, if they need the property for any reason. So it's a vetting process that you have to go through, and then the city would sell it. So that's a cost that I would say it can be a saving, but it's also an amount or a value, a dollar value that the city can get for itself.
And I have a question in regards to, you said that you used AI and other things to look at what a park's capacity was. So when you're looking at a soccer park, are you just looking at the square footage of the property and determining what that capacity is? Is that kind of how that goes?
Yeah, there's like if there's a capacity for playground, there's a capacity for soccer fields, there's a capacity for tennis. And so we gather.
Well, and that's the question, like the capacity for a soccer field, is it more than 22 people at a time? Or, I mean, I'm just trying to understand what that looks like in regards to what it looks like in.
It's based on square area, how many people per square area, if that makes sense. When I say square area, I mean like square feet.
Not when you're talking about sports fields, because when you're talking about sports fields, they're built for a specific purpose. So, I mean, you can have 50 yards by 100 yards and say that this many people can fit in there, but when the purpose of the field is for 22 people at a time, or 25 if you got refs out there, I don't think it's fair to say that,
It's built in there. We got it. Okay. Now, I don't remember the exact numbers for each category.
Yeah.
But it's built in there.
I was just curious because,
yeah.
Because when I was looking at those camera shots, I'm like, the Augusta Commons was built for a totally different reason than Augusta Soccer Park. So
totally different.
Okay.
Totally different. Not each park has a different capacity because of the different features that it has in that park.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so each one of them are different.
That is great to hear, because I was a little concerned there for.
No, we looked at everything.
Well, and I appreciate the the way that you've put this together and your scoring mechanism and your methodology that you used, I think is really fair. I'll be really curious to see what September's numbers looks like. I mean, it was kind of a traditionally cooler month, so it'd be interesting to see if the numbers do show any difference there. But if we were to ask you to come back and present with that last month of information, do you think it would be ready at next committee cycle?
What date would you guys like?
Ms. Bonner, what is that next date? The next committee? October 14th?
Can we do it at the end of?
Yeah, we need to wait.
End of October.
End of October.
End of October?
Yes, sir.
28th.
28th?
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, I think that a lot of us up here would like to see those numbers, just to see how that's fully represented.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Manna.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go with, go to Commissioner Slindak.
Thank you. Mr. Latson, you said that, I think Commissioner Pulliam brought it up also about activities inside of facilities, not just the green part that has to be mowed and everything.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, the aquatic center, I mean, that's all inside, isn't it? I mean, there's not playgrounds at the aquatic center, is it?
But see, what the camera does too, we also have the camera looking at the parking lots. And so watching people, taking picture of people going inside, the number of cars, and so that's taken into consideration as well.
Okay, because I'm not sure, I don't believe, like this year, CSRA Swim League, I'm not even sure they used the aquatic center this year for their championship meets like they used to. I don't know the reason for that. It may be a league problem, or I hope it wasn't for maintenance or anything, but I mean, that's several days of very, very heavy usage there. I know with the Brookfield Park, you know, the fountain's broken. I don't know if that's been fixed or whatever, but that's a big draw to that park in the summer, and it wasn't working. And was Jones Pool even open?
No, it wasn't open.
So, but it's on here. Okay, well, yeah, because, I mean, that's basically a pool that's been closed, but yet it's on here. So those are just some observations of mine. Thank you.
If it was closed, and so the park usage is going to be, it automatically is going to be 5. I mean, nobody's going to, so you automatically get a 5. All right.
Commissioner, I had Johnson in the queue. Are you out now?
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question, we're talking a lot about just the parks being underutilized, but I think the constant that I'm hearing my colleagues speak on is that a lot of these parks are going to remain to be underutilized if we don't bring them up to par, right? But I know we don't have $22 million sitting around. What options could this body have to, you know, to afford to pay for some of the upkeep at these parks? I know that at Meadowbrook Park, I mean, there's a crater-sized hole like near the park that's keeping the kids from playing. I see Eastview Park is on here, but you know, we're working through Eastview Park. There's a lot of other parks here that just have maintenance needs. What funding sources or what kind of initiatives can we take on to phase in the upkeep of some of our parks? You know, are you at liberty to share some ideas with us, or would that be more of a department-based question?
Probably both. I think there's probably some grant funds that are out there, and I'm sure they are, probably state and both federal grants. Increasing the budget, maintenance budget every year. I mean, I'm just throwing this out there. But I can't answer, I really don't want to answer that question. I leave it up to the staff to do that. But that's some of the first things that would come off, that I would think about.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. You know, you look at a lot of these parks, and again, you know, they're great parks. Number 14 is Hillside Park. Is that Vernon Forest Park? Vernon Forest Park? Yes. Okay. All right. Vernon Forest Park. I want to just make sure we get that name correct.
Yeah,
All
Vernon
right.
Forest, okay.
You look at Vernon Forest Park. There are folks playing there, but there's a great need for maintenance. So I guess the point that I'm making is when it comes down to trying to identify why folks aren't using these parks. I know we're trying to find ways to save money, but there's also have to be some type of initiative to bring some revenue to these parks. And general fund is not going to be the answer. SPLOST could be part of it, but if we can go out to grants, if we can find special revenues, you know, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you all, but I think that's going to be key because these are neighborhood parks where people are going, and there's no way that we can really validate saying, hey, you know, we got to close this park because it's underutilized, but then it's underutilized because there's mold in the bathroom. You know.
Let me throw this out there. I know a lot of the parks that you're referring to are in your district, and some of those parks are in close vicinity, proximity of each other. You might have a park that's here, and then a couple of blocks down the road, there's another park. And so, I mean, we're in the process too of looking at those and looking at the actual grade on them. And if there's a park that's way low, but then you have a park that's medium, and then there's another park that's lower here, well, those two parks can be.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in the case of like Sand Hills, where you have at Alexander Barrett Park and Big Oak Park within one red light of each other, that would make sense.
Yeah.
But when you have like Dice Park and Eastview Park, that's a distance. You know, I just want to make sure that, and it's not even just for District 1. I mean, you look at Valley Park and Tanglewood, that's close to each other, but it's also a great distance away. If these neighborhood parks had the infrastructure to be true neighborhood parks, then I don't think that we would be having a conversation about them being underutilized. I think, you know, the big thing here is, of course, we can't keep every park, but a lot of the parks that are scoring the highest are the ones that we take care of the most. And I think that shows a trend. So, I mean, I guess my question is more so a funding question. How do we generate the revenue outside of raising taxes or whatever to be able to afford to keep these parks up? Because nobody, I mean, just, you know, we know no one wants to see their park go away. And quite frankly, I don't think any one of us up here wants to get rid of anyone's park. But ultimately, we have to figure out how to bring these parks up to standard so that they can be used. I mean, a lot of the parks that I'm seeing that we're talking about, they look the same way they have since I was a kid. You know, and I ain't been a kid for a while. So that's just my 2 cents there. I just hope that we'll be able to start having robust conversations about funding, and that's on the department, consultant, admin, everybody. How do we find more funding here? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lanson, thank you for doing this presentation. You went in debt, and you hit every criteria in order to come up with these scores. And I appreciate that. Appreciate you taking your time, you and Steve and your staff. The whole concept of us getting to where we are today is to, if you look at these 51 parks at the tune of $1.2 billion maintenance allowance for these parks, you know, that generates about $23,529 per park to maintain it. And that's the reason why it's in the condition it is.
It's just lack of funding.
And even if you come up with $22 million and you get all these parks up to par, 5 years we'll be back here in the same place because Augusta doesn't do a good job at maintaining. We all know that. There's too many parks to try to maintain, not enough staff. Trying to find qualified staff is a very difficult task, as we all know. You look at the labor force out here, or the educated labor force out here, or the skill set labor force out here. It's hard to find. They already took positions somewhere else. So if we did away with these, let's say 21 facilities, and what that does, it actually goes from 23,529, and that bumps it up to $30,000 maintenance for the other parts. But the whole concept of us having you do this is actually focus on the bigger parks to where we can make them places to go, things to be proud of. And you ain't got to worry about the condition of the park because they are well maintained. They're well funded. We even have so many different buildings out here, old former fire stations that we lease out for $1 a year in prime real estate locations. So this body could do anything it wants to do. If we want to say, hey, we ain't going to do nothing to these parks, that's like Commissioner Johnson was saying. We got to find a funding source somewhere. Well, that SPOS package, number 9, is already tipping. We're already at $307 million, which will carry us out 7 years. Can't add more to that pot. Commissioner Johnson said we could raise taxes. I think I'd rather try to find no, he didn't say he was going to raise taxes. I just say that's an alternative. So I'm sorry about that, Mr. Johnson. That's not a path I want to go down. I'd rather do my due diligence and let's shut down the parks that's underutilized. Let's use that rest of that money as well as the staff, because the staff is running around with endlessly, because every day their day changes depending on what fire's going on, what commissioner calling, hey, there's a pothole here, lights ain't working, the power, air conditioning ain't working in this facility. Let's take care of what we do have. Jamestown Community Center. Been going on 3 years for the renovations, and it still looks like it ain't near completion. That's a lot of money we spending. I don't know who's overseeing that project, but that should have been done a year ago.
But we're actually overseeing the project, but it's been
That's a long time project, Mr. Lanson.
I understand, but there was a lot of problem. It was a problem when we got there.
Okay.
And we're trying to work through all the problems that's out there. Trust me. And we can meet with you out there and go through all the problems.
Also over there at Jamestown, the gate, I had brought this up over a year ago. That gate is sitting on the gentleman's property. And I had asked the former intern director to move that gate to the back of the property. And they said, oh, we should be doing that within the year once we finish this project. That was it was further than a year and a half ago, and it's still not done.
Oh, at Jamestown?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know it's under construction, but that particular project, because we oversaw Henry Brigham as well. That project actually has a lot of, and Henry Brigham had quite a bit of issues. We got through that. But this particular project is, I mean, there's some serious issues. And let me mention this. So far, we've actually paid for the extra stuff, construction stuff to be done out there. So let me, yeah. And we came into that.
I'm just going to dig just a little bit. The problems that you had found where it's actually costing, apparently you paying for it.
Some of it, yeah, some of the testing and everything.
Is that
else.
something we had, that project was being done in-house, wasn't that correct?
I think that project was designed.
So we had a general contractor on that job?
We do have a general contractor on there, yes.
Fortunately, if you would look through their contract that they've not being held, they should be held to a certain criteria and conditions and timeline.
These projects that we encountered, a lot of these projects didn't have, which is normal in a contract, you normally have an item for testing and everything else. To get these projects underway and to get them going, we paid the upfront cost for that, to get that done. Otherwise, it wouldn't be done.
Right, was the contractors able to do what they were contracted to do?
For which project?
The one I was,
I mean, from here on out, you shouldn't, the projects that are being bid now, there won't be any of those problems.
hopefully our new procurement director's listening in on this conversation, so where we could pick the right company to do the correct job. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. To wrap this up, I say we get on a bus, all of us commissioners, and go take a tour of all these parks. Some of them, I hadn't even heard of some of them. And go one day, one afternoon, and look. Well, it'd take us probably 3 days to go to all of them, wouldn't it, AB? I mean,
probably longer than that.
probably 3 days.
Probably need a week.
So take your pick, commissioners. Let's.
probably need a week.
But no, seriously, we do. We've been saying this. We've been talking about it for I don't know how long since I've been on the commission. That we do need to do away with some of these parks, and the cameras after 2 weeks ought to be able to tell the. I mean, you would think. I know my colleagues would probably disagree with me, but. After 2 weeks of 15 minutes, every 15 minutes, 24/7, you ought to be able to tell by then who's coming and going and if one's being utilized or not. So that ought to be a way to say, all right, let's move this camera elsewhere and this one's not getting any. What we need to be doing is, as a body up here, we've got to make some decisions and we need to make them soon and start Xing out, deleting some of these parks. I mean, it's going to make some people mad in Augusta, but we've got to be able to put money to the ones that you said, like Augusta Commons. You said it needed some work or needed something. What did you say earlier? I caught you on that. Augusta Commons needed what?
Yes, I mean, it needs to be expanded.
Yeah, so
Just based on the actual peak capacity was more than the maximum capacity.
Yeah, there's some that are really being used that we need to put money towards so that we keep the people coming. The ones they're not going to, we're wasting time having people go over there and maintain them when they need to be over at the ones that are being used, like the Augusta Commons. Anyway, I'm gonna close up with this, and I appreciate this presentation. You did an awesome job putting it together. Thank you. Yes. And
let me say this: the ISM team and Parks and Rec have done an excellent job. Ms. Williams and her group. I mean, they work tirelessly. Night. I know Ms. Williams worked night. She had me up. It's like, hey, what about this? So
appreciate it.
They've been a joy to work with.
Well, I know your data came from, I see him behind Williams. I see him back there, yeah. But anyway, thank you so much for your presentation. And I guess what would we do, receive as information without objection? Is that what we're going to do?
You can do that.
Okay, all right, we'll receive as information. Thank you so much, AB.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk. Let's see, next.
Number 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Consuela Harmon,
Consuela, okay.
regarding building playgrounds in Augusta for special needs population.
Okay, don't go far, AB.
Good afternoon. I do apologize. I'm not all the way prepared for this. This is my first time ever doing anything like this. So the reason I wanted to come here is because...
Consuela, may you state your name and address, please, for the record?
Address?
Your name and address?
Consuela Harmon.
Okay. And address?
2052 Bassford Drive, Hephzibah, Georgia.
Thank you.
30815.
You may continue. Thank you.
So I've noticed that I've been here in Augusta for 30-plus years, and I've noticed that there's not hardly any special needs playgrounds for the special needs population. It's almost as if they don't exist in Augusta. I am the grandmother of a special needs grandchild who's 7. I've been a nurse for over 20-something years who have mainly worked with special needs population. And a lot of times when we take them out to parks, they're just sitting there in their wheelchairs. The ones who can walk around and run, they can, do what they do at the playgrounds. But there's those that are in wheelchairs, they just sit there. They can't go to Chuck E. Cheese. There's no places for them to go, nothing for them to do. So I was just wondering if there's any way, and I just heard everything that was said, which kind of opened my eyes a little bit more when it came to funding. Because at first I heard on the news, I think it was September 16th, about getting rid of the underutilized playgrounds. And at first I was like, well, wait a minute, why can't we use those, to rebuild or something for special needs? Then you'll have a lot of people coming in, bringing their special needs children because, hey, here's a park now. We have some place we can take our children instead of them sitting at home watching TV all day in their wheelchair. So, but then it's the funding. So, sitting down listening, it was saying that if shutting down the underutilized parks, what about adding adaptive swings to the parks that are already being fixed up? The parks that are being utilized, what about at least adding the, the adaptive swings, adaptive seesaws that have the seats that they can at least be able to go to have something to do? That's what I was asking.
Well, I totally agree with you, and you brought up a good point there, to take the parks that we have and put extra certain swings so that the special needs can use. Do we have anybody that wants to, from Parks and Recs, that might want to answer that? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So what, as we move forward with improving our parks, because there is some need for more accessibility and adaptive to special needs. And so as we are moving forward with continuing our projects, the ones that we have now coming on board, those are some of the amenities and things that we could actually add to the facility. So, and that is coming from also a ADA standpoint. Every time that we are improving or we're creating new, then those are the type of things that we are looking at as a standard.
Okay. Thank you, Director Williams. Maybe Consuelo, you and Director Williams can talk and further on that conversation, because you did make a really good point. Thank you for being here today. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Madam Clerk, we'll receive as information
Okay.
without objection and move on to the next agenda item.
Madam Chair, if we could take 5, 6, and 11 as companion
Yes,
for the
ma'am.
businesses.
Yes, ma'am, that sounds good.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Today I bring forth alcohol number 25-40. It's an existing location but new ownership for Mohammed Razik, requesting retail packaged beer and wine located at 3671 Peach Orchard Road, Augusta, Georgia 30906, District 6, Super District 10. Augusta Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors?
Hi, my name is Mohammed Kasser Razak, and my address is 913 Northern Pines Drive, McDonough, Georgia.
Do we have a motion to approve? Okay, got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That was Mr. Lewis and Ms. Slindeck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's unanimous.
Next item.
All right, the next one is a request by Chow Tang for massage operator's license to be used in connection with H Relax LLC doing business as H Massage, located at 2045 Central Avenue, Augusta, Georgia 30904. This is District 1, Super District 9. Augusta Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors?
None noted. None noted.
Good afternoon. My name is Chow Tang. I live at A11 Metcalf Street, Augusta, Georgia 3094. Okay.
Got a motion? Got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Okay.
All right, the next one's alcohol number 25-39. It's an existing location but new ownership. Shravan Kumar Raul requesting retail packaged beer and wine located at 2517 Milledgeville Road, Augusta, Georgia 30904, District 2, Super District 9, Augusta Planning and Development, and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Do we have any objectors?
Good afternoon. My name is Shravan Kumar Raul. Address 58 Birch River Point, Dallas, Georgia 30132.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, voting. Okay.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. All right, item
Take us
number,
back up to number 8.
that's correct. And let's,
Mr. Brian Green regarding Let's Splash Augusta in accordance with our potential to bring affordable and fun entertainment to our local community.
come on down the aisle, sir. Oh.
Mayor, if I could get permission to make this statement.
Oh, I'm not sure. May, hold tight.
What's the difference? We abandoned signs.
Okay. Yes, may you state your name and address for the record. Good to see you.
To Brian Green, 2429 Mount Auburn, Augusta, Georgia.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I wanted to start off by saying some of the commissioners that I did not send this to, I see my commissioner, I see others commissioners, only because I was targeting the committee. So just so you all know, so some of y'all didn't receive an email about this right here, and that's the only reason I was just targeting. I didn't know if y'all would actually be here. Well, anyway, my motivation for coming forth today is this. I was seeing online comments about why don't we have a park? Why don't we have a water park yet? What happened to the water park we were talking about some years ago? So I got to looking, nothing else to do on my time at night, looking and checking and researching. And didn't take long for me to find out why, basically, we didn't. I guess what didn't come forward. I know there can be an excessive cost involved with that and that sort of thing. So I got to wondering, I said, well, there are some kind of funds possibly available outside of SPLOST. Why don't we build something a little toned down here and get people some recreation, just affordable recreation. And before I forget, if you look at District 1, think about Fleming Park, but it's not Fleming Park, Sand Hills, or May Park. District 2, think about Mimic Park, maybe. I'm just throwing this out here for conversation. McDuffie Woods, District 3 and District 7, think about maybe Warren Road for a second, or Sue Reynolds. And District 5, where they strive, think about Brigham Center. Now, Districts 4, 6, and 8, you're mainly South Augusta, of course. That's where the mothership is targeted. That right there, just so you know. I feel, based on my research, and I know it's gonna take the experts to, go further with it, but this is a start, that we can get little outlets of splash pads throughout Augusta. Just get them put in. They're pretty much, how should I say it, self-operating. You can put them on a timer, circulating water. They go through a stream or a filter, rather, cleanse itself, and you can have them cut on. This is during the summer months, or starting from March up until about September, still pretty warm. You can set them up 5 hours a day. Folks, just let some people get, it's no different when we were young. Somebody had a hose pipe, we ran underneath it. Was that a splash pad? That was a splash pad. Just wasn't no pad, it was just grass down there, right? You get the idea, but we had fun running underneath it. And I had one of my summer camps, I was at Odell McDuffie Woods. And I got something out of Walmart, little, I don't know what it's called, the little plastic strips, and we put some water on that, and I'm just telling y'all, those kids, hey, real simple. Finished it up, they dried off, changed clothes, we got on with our day, they had a blast. So we can keep it simple. That's how much time I have left.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're
30?
Yeah. You're okay. Keep going.
Oh, okay. So anyway, I came up with this right here, a splash pad. I seem to think, based on research, and I've been bouncing off individuals. I have a friend with a background in engineering. I bounced it off him as well, some business people. And I seem to think we can build one of these right here. Splash Augusta, that's what you see on there. That's the idea, Splash Augusta.
That trademark.
I will. But anyway, Splash Augusta, can I go over this way? Splash Augusta, basically.
Oh, wait a minute, you gotta be able to hear you, you gotta stay in the mic for, you can't hear you gotta stay in the mic.
Okay. Anyway, Splash Augusta, folks, is real simple. As you all can see here, consisting of a splash pad, slide with the pad, I call it a splash pad, consisting of a kids section with sand, like as on the beach, also swimming or splash pool, I'll say, possibly a hydro pool that can be discussed, possibly a hydro pool, the lazy river, which should be the main attraction, lazy river, just like at Statesboro. That's where I get this from, okay? But it's just scaled down from the one they have at Statesboro. Again, I see my time is up. I think we can bring with this idea. I love to have any questions that you may have, and I think we can bring this to the people at an affordable cost and really get this done.
Mr. Green, I appreciate your vision and your visual that you put together. Do you have, I got a dog named Splash. Do you have anything there that you could put for dogs to be able to come to this too, for splashing around?
That's an excellent idea.
I'm just curious.
Yes,
We love our pets.
That's right. I thought about that. And I saw something it's called a dog splash. Mm-hmm. It's like a 5-foot tall swimming pool. Mm-hmm. Your pets run around, come up, and they run off and jump into the pool. People will pay for it because people love their pets. Yeah. I think it'll be a hit. That will be something, because this has room for growth, Commissioner McKnight. We probably put that on the outside, so a person with the dog probably is not going to come in here, but they may come anytime by using a phone app for access and just come and enjoy the dog pool. Dog pool, we'll say. But I did think about that. Not inside, though, right outside of this, because you're talking pets now. Yes, ma'am.
That'd be a family affair for pets and family. I appreciate you coming before us today, and I've got a few in the queue that I'm going to acknowledge. Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Green, thank you for coming before us again. I know that you put a lot of time and effort into this thought, and you was one of the few knowing that there's money set aside for like a splash barrel, something to do with water for out there at Diamond Lakes. I like your concept. That's how ideas and dreams are thought of. You know, it starts off small, then it's get put in paper, and then the ideas get put into numbers. I just love, this past weekend I celebrated my honeymoon with my lovely in Greenville.
Congratulations.
And in Greenville, they had a water park. They had the rock climbing, which is in your drawing. And they had the kids. If the young lady was still here, there was a lot of kids there, special needs as well. A lot of quality of life green space. We got a company here in town, Johnson LaShober. I was looking at one of the staff's pages, and they had done a splash pad, I believe, in North Carolina. Similar, but they just didn't have the water feature where you get in a raft and just lazy river. Lazy river be easy to build. And so I know that the $5 million was designated to the CVB for them to try to find a anchor company to come in to see what they could, if they could attract anybody, put it that way. And if that don't come to fruition, we might want to take your idea on and do a big old splash pad out there at Diamond Lakes and some other features. But it, again, it falls under the body, what the direction this body wants to do. I know that we're still waiting on a little bit of funding from the state with the taxes to get that fulfillment of the $5 million. So we're still waiting on a few dollars to get that whole. But is there anything that you could elaborate on? You were talking about different parks. Help me out with that.
Thank you for your input and your question. First of all, the different parks that I mentioned, the splash pad, when I did my research, they can be as simple as you want. They could be 5 sprinkler heads, not even $1,000, I'm just saying, or they can be more elaborate. The reason I said the splash, and let's just be straight, there's some areas in our city, a little seedy here and there. Let's just be real for a second. We need some improvement in some areas. But at the same time, let's inject something positive in there. So that's why I came up with the mini splash pad. So for a parent that gets up and say, I just want to go down here, let them run around this water. I don't necessarily want to go to the mothership today, right? And they bring the kids out, have a blast in the little pad, have a little picnic and all that, and go home. So that's the reason for the mini pads. The mini pads are interesting because, like I say, they can be as simple as you want them to be. Not even $1,000 cost in some cases. Just depends on how many. And remember, the water's recirculating on the timer, that sort of thing. Diamond Lakes is where the other part is. Diamond Lakes is where the #1 target, I'd say, mainly because I think South Augusta's bursting at the seam for some stuff. I'm out there quite a bit. The stores are crowded, even just the average dollar store is crowded. And I'm like, people in South Augusta are ready for something. And I just think this would be great. Not that I'm a spokesman for South Augusta. The other little part I forgot to mention is my little garden, a rain garden where it catches water. So this right here is, let me say this correct. It's beautiful. It has sound engineering potential. It's biological friendly with a catch water garden. And also, I did figure out this. The hydro pool, we can possibly get a partnership with that, possible VA, MCG, or somebody just for that. And guess what? You can use that as therapeutic year-round. The hydro pool, that is. It's not an arm and a leg. It's within a reasonable cost range as we're talking about this. But that's the main thing. That's my target. Did I answer your questions, Mr. Gilford?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Go to Commissioner Slindak.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Mr. Green, I appreciate all the hard work you've put into this. I know we've had some conversations about this. I think everybody with the SPLOST money that was geared to water park out at Diamond Lakes and everything. And everybody here pretty much knows that $5 million isn't going to put anything of the magnitude of a splash in the borough, which seems to be the gold standard for people around here on what they think they're going to put out there. And I mean, I would be all for that if, again, we can find a private developer to come in and do that, you know. But I think for this 5 million just to stay there and nothing happen, I do applaud your idea. I mean, do we want to be what Splash in the Borough is, maybe a regional draw, or do we want something that our families can go to? It may not be as grand as Splash in the Borough, but it would still be a nice facility that our families can go to in Richmond County and cool their kids off. I think that's one thing that we're going to have to figure out. I mean, are we going to just sit there with that money sitting there, or are we going to move and maybe put a very nice water feature out there? I mean, the mini splash pads and the little parks is a great idea. I mean, they're going to be more than $1,000 a piece to, you know, do something like that. But I mean, I see what you have is a good idea, to give families a chance to have a quick little place they can go and take some kids without having to go all out to Diamond Lake. So I think it's something worth thinking about. You know, I think this would have to be something, if it was done without a public partner, then it would have to be something our staff could upkeep. You know, and I think maybe it could, water parks, of course, are expensive to staff and run and everything, but I think you've got some good ideas, and I appreciate you bringing them here.
Mr. Chairman, can I briefly elaborate?
Yes, quickly. Yes, sir. Quickly.
I did research on Splash in the Borough. They cost $25 now. I used to take my son down there when he was younger. I figured, but it costs between $5 and $10 million to build something on today's specs with the cost of materials based on what Commissioner just mentioned. You may be talking some tens of millions of dollars. And the reason I figured it up this way, when I came with this idea, I said, can we build something to where it's friendly to Augusta citizens? Let's work from within first. Something that we can charge $12, maybe $10, you know, to enter. That's not breaking a person's pocket because they want to bring their family out for recreation. So that was considered when I came up with this plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. And got Commissioner Garrett in the queue.
Thank you. I know that you're wanting to wrap things up, but I'm just going to state this. Splash pads are a fantastic idea. We've seen them implemented across the county. One thing I do want to caution us all that, and also just to put a word out to the community listening. My district, the third year I was in office, we were able to construct a splash pad out at McBean. The first week it was open, somebody drove a car through it. So a $100,000 project
Here we go.
was delayed for an entire summer because somebody decided to go drive a car through it. Because for whatever reason, we can't have nice things in this county. But these things cannot continue to happen, especially when we're looking for ways to reinvest into our communities. We need the city and the county to really take ownership of what we're trying to do, and you know, help us to take care of the things that their taxpayer dollars are going towards. But Mr. Green, you know, I'm all in on making the Diamond Lakes facility a success, and I hope that we're able to implement splash pads around the county because, frankly, summers are hot. It's a, you know, I was dismayed. I drove from my home off of Brown Road all the way over to Brookfield Park because it's a nice splash pad there. And I was greatly disappointed when I showed up there and it didn't work either. But, you know, it's just one of these things. Splash pads and anything involving water takes such a large amount of funding to keep going, but yet so highly utilized when they do work well. So I'm hoping that we find ways around all of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett, and thank you, Mr. Green, for your presentation today. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Any other? All right, Madam Clerk.
We'll receive that as information with no
receive as
objection. So that
information
would
with-
take us to item 12.
That's correct.
Report of emergency procurements executed under Section 1-1057 of the Augusta, Georgia Procurement Code. The motion is to receive it as information.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe we can receive as information with no objection, committee? Well,
It's in your book. Item number
yes,
12. Well,
unless we need some, if
you need
anybody
some-
wants anyone.
Some discussion on it? You want
Come up and
presentation?
discuss, unless, well, I mean, yeah, it was in the book. I just didn't know if any of my committee members or anybody else wanted to have it, discussed. Otherwise, it is in the book for.
Ms. Williams probably could give a synopsis of it. She's still here?
Yeah, she's here.
You don't know? Yeah.
No.
A synopsis of it?
Unless Ms. Williams wants to postpone it and discuss it at a further date. Okay. Yeah. Why don't we just... You want to? Well, we can do one of two things, committee. We can go ahead and make a motion to approve this, or we can go ahead and just say receive as information without objection. What do we want to do? Or either let Director Williams come back at another time if she's not ready. Are you ready to talk about it today, or do you want to wait and come back and us receive as information? What would you like to do? Okay. All right. Receive as information. No objection. Madam Clerk? All right, that concludes public services for the day. Thank you. Yeah. All right. That's administrative services. We receive as information.
Because they weren't asking for anything. They were providing that as information. So, yeah. Yeah, it's already done.
Madam Chair, are you done with, oh, you still got 14, right?
That concludes public services for the day. An hour and a half.
I'd like to call administrative services to order, if you're ready, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I'd like to consent items 3 and 7. Entertain a motion towards that.
Motion to approve.
Francine. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Okay.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark. Once more.
Still not working?
Once more. What's your vote? Thank you. It's unanimous with Mr. Clark giving a thumbs up.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. We're going to go top to bottom.
Okay. Item number 1 is Dr. Gayla S. Kesey relative to the charter review process deserves better, holding our consultants accountable.
Afternoon. If you would, please state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Gayla Kesey. My address is 2837 Cornelia Road.
All right, you have 5 minutes.
All right. I am co-president of the League of Women Voters of the CSRA, and through our observer corps, we have been following the charter review process closely. We've attended meetings, subcommittee meetings, hearings, reviewing transcripts, and even filed open records requests. I'm here because while the Charter Review Committee is independent, the commission approved and is paying over $320,000 to the Carl Vinson Institute of Government. That makes it your duty to ensure that the taxpayers get their money's worth. The contract requires Carl Vinson to assist with agendas, provide decision report and support and research, and facilitate meetings. It also requires them to document discussions, prepare draft edits, and make materials available for public review. They are also expected to serve the entire committee independently and impartially. But the record shows that they have not met these obligations. For example, on August 7th, Lonnie Wimberly introduced motions on the mayor's powers. They were tabled specifically so Carl Vinson could provide documentation. When the motions returned to the table September 18th, no documentation had been provided and still has not been provided. The consultant sat silently and did not provide any information when they were proposed again. Without it, the subcommittee could not hold a viable discussion, and the motions moved forward to the full committee without recommendation. On August 21st, Stephen Fouché moved to request draft language for a council manager form of government with ICMA accountability. That motion carried. When Carl Vinson finally responded in September, they produced a generic draft that Dr. Facer admitted the committee would need to, quote, personalize. It did not address any of Augusta's needs or ICMA standards. In facilitation and planning, both the Finance and Form of Government Subcommittee have been disorganized, to say the least. On June 25th, members asked for a clear roadmap. On July 10th, they asked for strike-through edits. That same day, Finance Committee Chair Lee Powell called for sequencing in financial discussions. On August 7th, Steve Fouché raised concerns about the lack of prepared materials. The League even stepped in and provided suggested frameworks, something the consultants should have already done. In documentation and transparency, draft edits were not distributed in advance for several meetings. Agendas have been late, incorrect, or missing altogether. The CRC website still does not contain many of the materials the public needs to see. And in neutrality, open records show Dr. Facer promising, quote, regular updates to the mayor's assistant, Jasmine Sims. Ms. Sims herself warned about the perception of neutrality, yet the updates were promised. In a February 28th email, she copied Clerk of Commission Lena Bonner, Dr. Facer, Lori Brill, and Attorney Plunkett. Ms. Bonner later described these kinds of meetings with the consultants, the mayor, and Ms. Sims as, quote, somewhat disturbing. The pattern is clear. Research delayed or missing, facilitation lacking, documentation incomplete, independence compromised. I'm not asking you to interfere with what the committee is doing, but you are paying for this contract. We, Augusta, is paying for this contract, and it is your job to ensure the consultants do what they are supposed to do. On behalf of the League of Women Voters of the CSRA, I urge you to hold the Carl Vinson Institute accountable. Help the committee's workflow. Provide sequencing. Be proactive rather than reactive. Deliver documentation in a timely manner and make it public on the website. And above all, maintain independence and neutrality. Augusta deserves better than generic drafts and missed deadlines. We deserve the professional, transparent support that was supposed to be in that contract. Thank you.
You must have practiced that. You were like 9 seconds early.
Really? I was. I knew it was really close to 5 minutes.
Well, thank you for bringing all that to light. And, you know, some of those things you said we were not aware of up here. So thank you. There are I see one question in the queue. Commissioner Clark.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Kesey, appreciate you bringing this information up. I wanted to make sure, though, and I guess this is an ask for the clerk or Attorney Plunkett, is there a way that we can relay this feedback to the Carl Vinson Institute, since a lot of this is directed towards them? Of course, we're supposed to be independent from this process, so I think the best entity to receive this information would be them.
If I may. Mr. Clark, what I will do is I will send an email to the groups that I talk with on occasion or email with. That would be Ms. Brill, Dr. Facer, and Facer. And I want to say it's one other person. I will reference them the video to this, and I'll copy Ms. Bonner, so to advise them they may want to take a listen to Dr. Kesey's presentation. And I also will copy Ms. Wilhammy, who is the chair, and so she can address any concerns that she may have in terms of this issues.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Mr. Chair, can I follow up with Ms. Kesey?
Yes.
Ms. Kesey, I appreciate you greatly. I see you at all the meetings. It's a lot of lessons learned in all of this. Mm-hmm. So the community engagement has been inspiring in some sense and interesting in others. But I think, and regardless of how you receive it, it's justified and understood. This is a vital process in improving or adding change to our most vital document that governs our operations and our county government. And the more that all of us can learn, the more that we can rely upon feedback from our community members, the better off this process is going to be. Again, we're all learning on the fly.
Oh, yeah. I did not realize this would take over my life when I agreed to chair our task force.
Sure.
I've learned a lot about how our government works. And we had a really great conversation last night. We had over 50, 60 people at sort of roundtable discussion, which also gave additional information that was input on what we're discussing. But what I was worried about, we're all about balance, accountability, transparency, and I don't see it. I don't see it happening, and I've talked to other people, and they're concerned about how Carl Vinson's not doing what is outlined in their contract and the scope of work.
All right. So again, Attorney Plunkett's going to make sure that we relay this feedback forward, and it'll be relayed back to us from there.
Because we're paying for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lewis. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Case, don't go anywhere.
Okay.
Appreciate your presentation today. Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with Ms. Casey, I'd like to make a motion that we actually take the letter that she has, the information she has, and send it to Carl Vinson. That way, nothing gets misconstrued. Verbatim, what she's already issued is there in writing, and it's just a matter of us just sending that to the Carl Vinson Institute.
Do you mind sharing that with?
I have an extra. Actually, I did a much longer one. That is much.
We'll take the condensed version.
Well, and if you do have a copy, could you give it to Attorney Plunkett so he could also send that?
That's actually why I'm in the queue. Our very astute clerk suggested I get a copy of it to send. Our astute clerk said we should do that.
We were all reading each other's minds for some reason or other. But I did make a motion. I need to get a second.
I'll second that. All right. Well, thank you, Doctor, for being here, and we're going to vote on that, Ms. Bonner. We're going to vote on the motion. Yes, ma'am. Now mine's not working. You got to bump it a little bit.
Mine's not working on this one. I'm pushing.
Just bump it. Throw down.
All right. Well, just tell me how you're voting.
I'm gonna do what you can mention. You hear it? I'm gonna do what
Yes.
my colleague from the field.
All right. It's unanimous.
All right. Next item is Bunner.
Item number 2, motion to create a workshop to discuss protected class and current ban the box.
All right. Commissioner Johnson, see, this is your item.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to put this on the agenda. We've had conversations over the last year or so about protected class and the ban the box policy in regards to the workforce in Augusta, Richmond County, and folks who have been convicted of felonies. This has been a widespread conversation by way of activists such as Mr. Brannon and others in these chambers and on social media. And I believe that we're at a point now to where we're able to discuss what that could mean for the city of Augusta. And so I'm going to ask that we create a working group the same way that we did with the non-discrimination ordinance, to where members from the community who have expertise in this field are able to help weigh in on the conversation to help the commission make a decision. I know we've been talking about whether or not this should go before the charter review or whatnot, but this is a policy issue. And so to deliver on what Mr. Brannon has been bringing to us, and to also deliver on just this conversation in general, I believe that we need to get some folks to the table that can thoroughly have this conversation and then bring back some type of recommendation to this body once those conversations have concluded.
All right. See, Commissioner Guilfoyle is in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My mind was somewhere else. Apologize about
Welcome
that.
back.
In order to do a workshop, apparently I've noticed that Mr. Brennan's name has been mentioned numerous times here within the past few minutes. Since he's been a part of this whole ban the box policy for the past year, can we have him come up and speak about this, on how we got to this point to do a workshop, if he would be kind enough to? He might not want to. Mr. Brandon, would you be kind enough to speak on this workshop thing, on how did we get to evolve? I know that you had came before the Charter Review Committee, because I was here that Thursday, and they actually said that it really wasn't in their wheelhouse, and for you basically to come back before the commission. So I guess Commissioner Johnson is carrying this with you. Is that correct? Would you be kind enough to come to the dais and bring me up to speed? Because I know you have been coming before us numerous times.
Since January 2024.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, can I get his name and address for the record?
Yeah, if you'll state your name and address one more time.
Lawrence Brandon, 445 Field Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30901.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. I know that you have been a big advocate on trying to go one step above ban the box, and I know that this is on the agenda requested by Commissioner Johnson, and he had mentioned, I don't know if you heard it because you had earphones in, he had mentioned your name numerous times on how we got to this point.
Right. I don't know why he's mentioning my name, because he hasn't talked to me. I don't have any idea. He probably talked to them people out of Atlanta because they just held an event, but he hasn't talked to me. For all that talk, all that political talk that he did on July 22nd, he has not spoken a word to me. I don't have any idea what he's pushing. I'm not associated with that.
Point of order. Can I make a point of order, please, here? So I don't want us to get into this back and forth from the floor today, but what I will say is that we have heard Mr. Brandon come before this commission a number of times with this concern, and a number of times this body could have made a decision. I even said from the floor that we were going to be considering a piece of, an ordinance to discuss with the community to bring back. I even said on the floor that Mr. Brandon would be a part of this conversation. I've had this conversation with Mr. Brandon at Cafe 209 for lunch and other places, that this would be the process that the commission would probably want to take, because we have had conversations as a body. What I will not do today, Mr. Chairman, is get into some type of personality spat, because the issue at hand right now is too important. I have said it publicly, and I will continue to say it, that any conversation around this, if the commission approves this request, Mr. Brandon will be at the table in such an important part of the conversation. I've said it on the floor, I'm saying it now. Anything else is just, just false in nature. But I think this is a good thing. If Mr. Brandon wants us to take a different route, I'll withdraw this motion and leave it as it is. But ultimately, I believe that this is an important conversation to have from our community standpoint, and he is more than welcome at the table at every single meeting to have his voice heard. And I've said that publicly, and I'm saying it publicly again today. Now, again, the commission will have to make the decision, but if there's a different route, I would have no problem taking this off the agenda and following Mr. Brandon's recommendation.
That was a long point of personal clarity.
Well, I wanted to make sure that we were clear before we left today of what's going on here.
All right. Commissioner Guilfoyle, are you yield, or you still have more to say?
No, I thought this was y'all were part together, and
He just carried. I need to respond to that because of all that he just said now, because he mischaracterized a lot of things.
Mr. Brandon, just I think that it would probably do better not to go back and forth with the commissioner. I understand that there seems to be a disconnect in whatever communication or the assumption of communication, but we can't go back and forth like this. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Mr. Brandon,
Withdraw it. He asked me if I withdraw it. I'm not a part of those conversations, and I don't like the way I'm being characterized up here. Everybody's coming on me like I'm the one issuing this back and forth, and he can characterize me however he wants to. That's fine. He hasn't talked to me.
Okay.
Everybody of Atlanta hasn't spoken with me. Interim General Counsel hasn't spoken with me. No one has spoken with me.
Okay.
So withdraw it. I'm not a part of what they have. And he said if I ask him to withdraw it, he will withdraw it.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon.
Commissioner Clark, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Johnson, first of all, I appreciate the openness in recognizing that this is a relevant issue that we do need to bring some attention towards. Mr. Brandon, I think all of us have had a great deal of appreciation to the fact that you have relentlessly, consistently continued to carry this message. And regardless of how we got here, a part of how we got here is you. And I think it would be a great disservice because me personally, I do think we do need to have a workshop. I do think we do need to bring some activity towards this. I do think we need to build upon the messaging that you've established. I would greatly encourage you to reconsider withdrawing yourself from this process because, again, a great deal of why we are here today is due to your consistency in bringing this forward. Now, I think it's too important of a topic for us to just say, leave it alone because of whatever personality conflicts as it is. What I do ask and implore you to consider, and you take your time in doing that, is consider your part to play in this workshop. This is a vital aspect of improving upon current policy and improvements of how we do business today. It's too vitally important to you personally and for those that would benefit from this. So I'm going to open up the fact your invitation is there for you to be a part of this workshop that needs to be committed for us to take the vital steps towards improving in our processes. And I hold a great deal of pride in understanding a bit of your story. I also hold a great deal of pride in your resiliency to continue carrying forward this message in spite of and for those that don't have the voice or the effort or the energy to do what you've been doing. So, Mr. Chair, I think we do need to establish who's going to, if we move forward with the motion that Commissioner Johnson is bringing forward, we need to establish who's going to lead the workshop, who should be included and a part of the workshop, and establish how we want to do this. Because again, it's too important of a topic.
If it's too important, why haven't y'all consulted with me before bringing this motion?
I got it, but at
Why
this
take
point,
it from Jordan and not take it from me? Why take it from District 1 when he bring it up, but not take it from me? Don't play politics with my agenda item.
yeah. Well,
I've been
again,
pushing this for a long time.
I got it. And guess what? It's been received, and right now we're ready to put some action towards it.
Because he brought it.
I got it. However we got here. But again, your invitation will be issued for you to be a part of it. Again, this is too important for us to leave to whatever we're talking about with, how we got here. So, Mr. Chair, I make a motion to support the motion that's been rendered. So if I need to second it.
Well, I think that part of the motion would be helpful if you go ahead and state who who will be on this committee or this workshop.
Yeah,
or is it just going to be a workshop with all of us?
Well, I think number one, all of us have a play in this. So I don't think we should separate any of us from it. I think if we're going to do this, let's do this as a consecutive. This is a community issue, period. And we all receive that, again, due to your part. I'm not going to mince, how we got here. To me, how we got here is how we got here. But we're here, and let's make the improvements we need to make. So I say all of the commissioners need to have the ability to be a part of it.
All right.
How we want to designate who leads the effort and the additional agencies. We need to, I want to ask District 1 if you had some recommendations of who should be included so that we can go ahead and do this. But again, folks, it's too important for us to mince, back and forths about this.
All right.
Let's roll up the sleeves and get this right.
So your motion's on the floor. Is there a second?
Second motion.
All right. Commissioner Johnson, I still see you're in the queue. I just wanted to make sure that the motion continued without interruption.
Yes, sir. Wanted to see if you wanted me to respond to Commissioner Clark's now, would you rather that to be like an email to the commission? And what I can speak of in the past is I know when we formed the non-discrimination ordinance, Commissioner Scott chaired that, and members from the Chamber of Commerce and business community were a part of it. Commissioner Garrett, you were there. And every member of the commission, if they wanted to attend, had an ability to attend, and they met quite frequently. And this would be no different. We would need on this committee.
I think that this is a little different. I think that also having some representation from the judicial side would also
Absolutely.
be very,
That's
very
exactly
helpful.
where I was getting. You get representation from the judicial side, from law enforcement. You get representation from, of course, city departments. And then we may need to bring in orgs and other individuals who have dealt with this to talk about what this could mean for the community.
And who are the other individuals?
Well, definitely you would be one.
Who else?
And so the key here, Mr. Chairman, would be to make sure that we have enough folks to testify, so to speak, to be able to give a well-rounded input into this conversation.
I'm done with this. I asked y'all to withdraw it. He gave me the opportunity. He said if I want him to withdraw it, he would. I wanted him to withdraw it.
Well,
call my bluff. I want you to withdraw it.
You're going to be deemed out of order here shortly, Mr. Chairman. So that would be my recommendation. And it's unfortunate, but that's my recommendation.
All right. There is Commissioner Clark. You're back in the queue. Did you have more to add?
Well, legal counsel is before me, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, what I was going to suggest is that there's been discussion about a motion to have a workshop, and there's also discussion about some type of form of a commission. If I might suggest that you conduct the workshop, and then after that, if there needs to be a commission as a byproduct of that, but you could certainly have these people present, such as someone from the judiciary or other stakeholders at that point in time, and maybe a commission is appropriate, and then you may go from there. If it's simpler, maybe not be as difficult of a process at the end of the day.
All right, thank you. All right, there's been a motion, Ms. Bonner, as well as a proper second. We will vote on this motion. Mr. Brandon, thank you for your input.
Slindeck, Mr. Chair. Give me a sign language. Oh, thank you. It's unanimous.
Next item, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 4, to receive as information an update on the upcoming organizational development initiatives.
That's some twang on that organization.
Yes, sir.
Administrator, how are you?
I'm good. I am good. Good afternoon, everybody. So what we're looking at doing is, as you are aware, organizational development is important to any organization. It helps in increasing productivity, our efficiency, and of course, ultimately our service delivery. It also provides support for cultural improvements in our organization. As part of the city's organizational development initiatives, I just want to provide you an update on the following and where we currently stand. So we have 4 initiatives that we have been working on for the organization. The first one is being our employee climate survey. This is actually an online survey that will allow the employees to address the climate of our organization. This includes work environment, our leadership, various things that contribute to giving us the necessary data to look at starting a baseline so that we can start building a blueprint on how we need to improve our organization. This survey will begin on October the 6th. Every employee will be encouraged to participate and take this survey, and we will bring back the respective data at the close of the survey. The next item is a succession planning workshop. We have had various discussions on succession planning. I am currently working with the consultant from the Georgia Municipal Association in facilitating this workshop. As a matter of fact, I received the actual tentative agenda and everything today. We are tentatively scheduling this workshop to take place with our governing body as well as our department heads on November 13th. Employee mandatory training program. Our Human Resources Department has done a stellar job in developing a cycle of mandatory training sessions that we will begin in 2026 as part of our HRIS system. This will be a part of it. They have already started putting all of that together, and I'm probably stealing a little her thunder, but she'll be bringing that information to you shortly when she gives an update on ADP. And lastly, our Augusta Government Leadership Program. This program originally started in 2012 as a way to build our future leadership. We did it for a few years, then we ceased doing it for a while. And it entailed our cohort of rising leaders being selected through an application process to participate in a 12-month leadership development. That has proven to be very successful. Some of the people that went through this course are some of our best leaders right now, namely Kelsey Henderson and others from various departments. I'm currently working with our local education agencies to finalize those details, and this program will relaunch in 2026. That's basically an update on where we are. We're continuously looking for ways to change the culture of our organization and build on our organization in a positive way. So with that, I'll ask if there are any questions.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. It's good to see the succession planning is still active. I know that has been something that many of us have been asking for a couple years now, if not longer. I know that that is definitely something that's on the forefront of a lot of our minds in regards to somebody answering the phone. Is that your phone?
No, sir.
Somebody have a secondary phone?
Oh, it might be mine.
I don't.
Oh, it is mine, look at that. My bad. I always forget about that one. Well, that's embarrassing. But anyway, in regards to the succession planning and how to move that forward, I know that when that item initially came back to us, it was kind of brought back as a training program. Is that still the way that we're approaching this?
Yes, sir. So as part of the succession planning, we're not necessarily doing a training program for it, but the various trainings like the AGLP, as well as the mandatory training and the information that's going to be provided to our department heads helps build us to prepare ourselves for the succession plan.
And the HRIS part of that, is that the things that ADP is implementing? Is that part of that?
Yes, part of that is learning management, and that will allow us to actually have employees participate in mandatory training online.
All right. I think there's one more question in the queue from Commissioner Clark. Of course, I said one. There may be more from him.
Thank you for knowing me so well, Mr. Chair. No, I just really, to be honest with you, I just wanted to applaud you, Madam Administrator. This has been something that you have been committed towards, ensuring that we reintroduce in many ways and introduce to operations and to the benefit, towards the benefit of our employees and our organization as a whole. So I just, I would ask that you please keep us informed of any shortcomings or any additional, I'm sure you'll come to us with any additional resource support that this requires. Are there any anticipated at this time?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. So again, Mr. Chair, I'd like to gladly and proudly receive this as information. Looking forward to receiving the benefit going forward.
All right. No objections? No objections stated, Ms. Bonner? All right. Next item.
Item 5 is to receive as information and an update on the standard operating procedures in Augusta's departments.
Administrator, good to see you again. It's been a long
Yes, sir.
time.
Good to see you too. Previously, we provided you an update on the development of the template that we are asked each of the respective departments to utilize. That template would make it consistent for all the respective support agencies to be actually included in each department's standard operating procedure manual, which means they will have a portion that references IT, a portion that references human resources, a portion that references procurement, and a portion that refers to central services, anything that would actually, a department actually serves as a support agent for. This template was sent to all of the departments in July, and there is actually a table in your book that outlines the status of the departments that have submitted standard operating procedures manual. The departments that are highlighted in your books, you'll see have not actually submitted revised standard operating procedures. I would say that the airport, even though they're included and you see them highlighted, they do have respective policies that they have to adhere to on a federal basis. So they probably should not have been listed on here, but there are only 2 that have not submitted their updated standard operating procedures policies. And I have Ms. Walker here as well to address any questions that may come up. But this is where we currently stand.
Ms. Bonner, did you have a question?
No, sir.
Okay. In regards to recreation and utilities, I see their comments off to the side. So their lack of an update SOP for this year just means there was no updates? They didn't change anything, or are we just waiting?
We're waiting on those respective templates. And of course, in Mrs. Williams' case, she just came on board and working through a number of other things, but they have been working to update their respective.
All right. Is there any way to urge both of these directors to get that to you as soon as possible? I know that that's something that this body has been actively seeking, as well as to make sure that there are standard operating procedures across this government.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. Seeing no other questions, anybody want to accept this as information?
Receive as information without objection, Mr. Chair.
Oh, Ms. Pulliam.
Thank you.
You jumped in.
Yes, sir. I felt the need to say thank you for the update. Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak. And Administrator Allen, thank you for this update. I initiated the standard operating procedures, and it's been a long time coming, but I know we had a lot to go through. So thank you for continuing to ensure that our directors are getting that information to you as you and Ms. Walker. I know Ms. Walker has been working, I'm gonna say relentlessly on this project, and so I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
You're welcome. And she has been pulling teeth. She definitely has. So thank you, Ms. Walker.
All right. Hearing no objections, we will receive this information. Ms. Bonner? Yes, sir. All right. Item number 6.
6 is to have the administrator provide a list with completion date of all outstanding tasks that the commission directed a 30-day plus report be brought back to the body. Examples would be lot maintenance, SOP updates, etc.
I think we just covered the SOP updates, but Commissioner Pulliam, this is your item.
I know, and imagine how, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and imagine how excited I was when I saw SOP updates on there. I was like, wow, this is great. So I want exactly what it says, just a calendar, and I love that how in the SOP updates, it actually gives dates, updates submitted, because that's a great example. That's all I want is dates for when certain items that were 30-day plus out will be brought back to the body. That's my request.
Okay. Administrator, is this something that is possible that you're able to provide Ms. Pulliam in this body?
If I recall, I think the last discussion, Commissioner Pulliam, is we talked about providing something as part of, and just to remind you of some of the outstanding projects, if that would be sufficient.
Yes, ma'am, that is sufficient.
Yes.
Okay. We will receive this as information. Thank you, Ms. Pulliam.
Well, I would, okay, so is it, Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Just did.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So as receiving it as information, does that mean that we're agreeing to this time? That Ms. Allen, Administrator Allen is going to now submit that information in the form of an email? I just wanted clarity on that.
I think that what she was telling you was that the emails that she sends out usually late on Friday afternoons have open projects that she's working on. I know that that's been helpful kind of tracking along where some of these, a lot of this stuff is that we're working through. If there's more that you would want her to provide in that, the floor is yours.
Okay, so all of the items, even those items that are past 30 days, for instance, the things that were going to be given to us on next year, just having dates for like deadline dates in that, so we are not repeatedly asking you for that information. Did that make sense?
So is it just for what commissioners? Because I guess internally, we do have our own respective internal deadlines that we set forth for our operation internally so that we can respond to you in a timely fashion. Mm-hmm. But that's our internal time frame. So are we talking about the things that you may task us to do separately with that time frame?
So anything, yes, ma'am. So anything that we have requested, for instance, I'm going to go back to a conversation where it was both you and Dr. Malik, and I asked that during the budget request, that the budget request is along with your suggestion for, I believe it was like centralizing the lot maintenance. And so you all were going to come together and bring that information back to us. I believe it was a 90-day time frame, making sure that we see that is due on November the 15th. I just threw that date out there.
Okay. Yes, I understand.
Was that clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Just the ones that have been directed from the governing body, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe as kind of a regurgitation of what takes place on Tuesdays, like, hey, these are some action items that you gave the commission. This is where we're going to track with these.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Administrator Allen.
All right. Receive as information, Ms. Bonner, with no objections.
Yes, sir.
And with that, I will call Administrative Services to a close.
Good afternoon, Madam Clerk,
Yes,
I'd like to
ma'am.
bring Public Safety Committee to open. Do we have any addition or deletion?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. If it's okay with the committee, I would like to consent 1 through 5.
So moved.
Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Eat 1 and 2. Madam Chair, the administrator would like you to please reconsider 1 and 2. She'd like to make a brief presentation on these.
Motion
Yeah,
to
we have-
approve
yeah.
3 through 5.
He's amending that to, you're accepting that, Ms. Rice? 3, 4, and 5? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Which one? Oh, we're retracting.
I was wondering.
Yes,
Are
ma'am.
you sure? I was going to call him up.
Yes.
Sure? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Okay. So the original agenda is back on, consenting 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
I am fairly certain this is against all of Robert's rules, but
He doesn't mind.
I think we're all tracking here,
He's
though.
okay with it.
Robert don't mind that, will you?
It's not working out.
Oh, no.
Yeah, vote.
We need you to, you're voting, ma'am? Okay, all right. It's unanimous.
Thank you. And that's the end of public safety. Let's see what engineering does.
Good meeting, Madam Chair.
Ms. Bonner?
Yes, ma'am.
Engineering's first. No, it's not. Ms. Bonner, I'd like to call Finance Committee to order.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if we could start at the top and work our way down.
Item number 1 is to receive as information an update on the implementation of ADP for payroll processing and human resources information system.
Thank you. Mr. Schreier, you have a presentation, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Along with Ms. Rookert, or?
Good afternoon. I was hoping to have the shortest presentation, but the administrator beat me, so. ADP. We have transitioned to ADP for payroll processing. I'd like to say it went perfectly, but it hasn't. We knew challenges were going to be there. We anticipated those. And between the finance team, IT, payroll, and human resources, we're dealing with those challenges as they come up. You can't have a process this big and this complicated without a couple of hiccups. So we are making those changes, and we are dealing with them as we come up. Changes that have happened so far is we have launched the ADP app. So now all employees can have access to their ADP accounts from their phone or from their desktop. We have also eliminated the paper EFT statements. What's next? Excuse me. We're working towards eliminating paper checks. We're trying to get this for a deadline of October 17th. will be the last time you get a paper check. Wisely cards will be replacing paper checks. So if you do not do direct deposit, you'll be getting a Wisely card, which is basically a prepaid debit card. Employees are encouraged, if they can get a bank account, to provide the direct deposit information by October 10th. That's the cutoff date. If we do not receive it by October 10th, you'll be transitioned from a Wisely or from a paper check to a Wisely card. The next two items, the HRIS enhancements, are learning systems and performing management systems, and I'll let Ms. Rooker discuss those.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yes, one of the things that are going to be implemented in 26 is going to be a LMS system, a learning system. The learning system is going to be trainings that employees at every level will have access to. Along with that, we've created 6 mandatory trainings with the approval of the administrator that will be automatically entered into the system, so employees will have those mandatory trainings and given every quarter, whether it be sexual harassment training, it'll be given in quarters throughout the year. So employees will have those opportunities to make sure that the 6 mandatory trainings are ongoing. So that's one thing that's going to be rolled out in 26. The other is performance management. Yes, we have performance management in place for employees. It is a paper document, as I call a paper instrument. We're moving to an electronic instrument, which will allow us to receive the data in real time, immediately, versus having to wait for them to finish it, and then it comes back to us via mail. So, and it'll be on that employee's record online. So they'll be able to see the performance, the managers will be able to see the performance, and HR will have record of their performance management. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions for either of us?
It looks like there's no, okay. We do have a question. Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tim, as far as we transition, and over these past couple of years, every time we had an issue, we actually transitioned it to ADP. What do we have left in HR and finance that we ain't outsourced to ADP at this time? Or what have we outsourced to ADP and still have left?
I can answer for the finance payroll side. We have transitioned the payroll processing from internal to ADP.
Okay.
So that does not mean I can eliminate my payroll department.
They already do the time clock, is that correct?
They do the time clock, they do the benefits. With the payroll department, I still need staff to review and approve the time cards and the punches before it goes to ADP, and to give the final approval for ADP to make that final processing. That's on the payroll side. I'll let Ms. Rickard answer on the HR side.
Okay.
On the HR side, what we have is talent management. That is the recruitment component.
Doesn't ADP do recruitment as well?
Not for Augusta.
But they do have, their organization does do that, don't they?
Yes, they have recruitment, but they do not do the recruitment for Augusta. The recruitment side is when an employee or when an outside person applies for positions, then we process it on our side. ADP doesn't do that for us. So what's gonna happen is as we continue to implement more parts of the HRIS system, then we'll know exactly what we're pulling, what we're changing, because processes have to change. Processes are going to change. Just how HR does things as far as paper, all those things are going to change. But we don't know exactly what that's going to be until we finish going through the implementation. Because right now, things haven't changed for HR. Even with having the new system, we're working out issues, kinks in the current system. So we can't abandon what we have been doing in the past.
Okay, my question was basically, what have we subbed out to ADP, and what do we have left with HR?
We haven't really subbed, from an HR standpoint,
Right.
we haven't subbed anything out to ADP. We still have all the processes. We're just going technology. It's just being received and stored through technology. We
Okay.
haven't really subbed anything out to ADP, not from an HRIS standpoint.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. There are no further questions. Can I get a motion to? I apologize. Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, apologies for that. I got one question, and this is for, I guess, this is a dual question for both directors. With the introduction of us leveraging technology for, automating a lot of our processes, I'm assuming there's some improvements we need to make in our internal policies as well, but also as far as enforcement. Is there going to be a period of training so that we can appropriately transition all of the managers and directors into understanding their roles in this with a enforcement component tied to that?
Yes, that is definitely going to happen. We haven't moved into the manager side of the ADP transition yet because we are working with ADP and creating an ADP manager guide. And so once we finish with that guide with ADP, then yes, the next step is going to be training our leadership on the mandatory things that they're going to have to do in order to move processes forward.
Okay. And Madam Administrator, is this something that's included? And Madam Chair, can I address Administrator?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is this that component that she's talking about as far as training, is that going to be included in the Leadership Academy component, or will that be separate?
I think, and Ms. Rooker, correct me if I'm wrong, the training that she's referring to is the training in the operation of the system as a whole, not the respective training modules.
Yeah, and I apologize. So I'm kind of focusing on when we're leveraging technology to conduct the performance management aspect of things. I know there's responsibility from the managers and the directors to enact that. Would that be something that you'll include in your leadership training, or would that be something that?
That will be included in the HR portion. Now, the department director's evaluation piece is a separate piece that we will be bringing forth to you. We have that pretty much in draft form as well.
Okay.
Because the governing body has some input in that.
Okay, and that's what I was getting to, because I know for the directors, we would have a part to play in that.
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming we would leverage the same technology to enact this, or however you all introduce that to us.
Yes, sir. And
Okay.
I've been working with Human Resources on that as well.
All right, thank you. Look forward to seeing more about that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. If there are no further questions, I'd like to receive this as information without objection. All right, Ms. Bonner, we can move forward.
Item 2 is to discuss and set employee contribution rates for the health benefit plan for fiscal year 2025.
All right, Mr. Schreier.
Good afternoon again. I wish this was a easier topic, but it's not. Today we're going to have discussions regarding the increased healthcare costs and the employee contribution rates. This graph is showing our Augusta's costs from 2018 to 2025. Approximately, it has risen approximately 41%, which is slightly higher than the national average. And we're also projecting In 2026, costs were going to go up another 6%. As I've stated in the past, we've had a bad year this year. In talking with our consultants, we're projecting while costs will go up, we can maintain the same budget because some of the bad costs, some of the excessive costs will drop off going into 2025. But they're saying, keep your budget the same at the $47 million. The other part of our discussion is cost sharing. Augusta has a model that was adopted for a 78%, 22% cost share. So Augusta is going to pay 78%, employees were going to pay 22%. Doesn't work out that way. It hasn't worked out that way. Part of it is because we're a little bit behind, just inherently because of self-insurance. We've had a bad year. We can't just turn around and dump it all on and the employees see that increase. So we have to basically create a premium. And that's part of the process that we go through with EPIC, our healthcare insurance providers. If we were to go back to the 22% in 1 year, that would increase the employees' costs by almost $3.8 million. Currently, employees contribute 5.7 of the cost, so it raise it, almost double it. Just a little history on our plans. Rates have not been adjusted since 2018. We have discussed this with previous commissions, usually around budget time, but it's also been in conjunction with COLAs. So the previous commissions have deferred any increases to the employee contribution rate to prevent diluting the COLA effect. Comparison to others. We always like to compare to see where we're at. We've said this and we're not ashamed of it. Augusta has a very rich plan at a very low cost to our employees. We have most of our employees participate in an HMO plan. We have 2 other plans that have small participation, but most of them participate in our HMO plan. The deductible that Augusta has is for hospital only. Not everything, so it's not, if you don't go to the hospital, if you don't have anything done with the hospital, you don't pay a deductible. Aside from your co-pays, your office visit co-pays, and your premiums, your hospital, or excuse me, your healthcare visits are paid for. You can see it ranges all over the board. You know, Columbus has 75-25, and Henry County has a 90-10. But if you look at Henry County, they've got a $5,000 deductible. Just wanted to show a comparison, how we compare to others for an employee that has single coverage. Our cost, if they do go in the hospital, their cost for that year would be $1,787. Now, it does not include any co-pays or pharmacy. It's just your basic cost. As you can see, Henry County, it's almost a little over $5,300. So we do have a very rich plan, which is very cost-effective for our employees. Because we know this can't be sustained, we're proposing some changes. These changes, we need to make these changes prior to open enrollment, which is November 1st, I'm sorry, November 1st. We're proposing increasing employee premiums over 4 years to get to the 22% rate. We'll also increase the employee deductible for hospital stays from $300 to $500. And as an aside, we will have the retiree rates will also be adjusted because they are based on employee rates. Now the numbers everybody's looking for. How much? These are all our plans, including dental. So you can see in our HMO, our Plan 1, where again, where most employees reside, for employee plus 1, that's me. My plan is going to go up $15.42 a pay period, or $370 per year. For a family, it's going to go up $555 per year. Now, there's two differences, compliant wellness and non-compliant. Compliant wellness is a credit that you get if you do your health risk assessment. That gives Augusta a baseline for all your employees, all our employees, gives us a baseline to see how they're doing. That's an annual requirement. If you don't participate in that, your premiums are a little bit higher. Things to be considered for future years, because we cannot fix healthcare this year. You can't fix it in 1 year. It's got to be a long-term solution to a long-term problem. We can increase employee premiums beyond the scheduled rate. We can change our plan, change the type of benefits, lower our benefits. We can change plan types. Right now, it's more cost advantageous for an employee to go to the HMO plan. We could look at that and see if it's more cost effective for Augusta. We can increase our coinsurance rates, and we can also increase our deductibles. I would like to point out that one of the reasons we have such a rich plan is because prior commissions have always stressed the fact that they want to hire, retain, and retire the best and the brightest. And this is one way, if we can't offer them salaries that are competitive with the private industry, you offer them benefits that make the whole package more competitive. Any questions?
I have several in the queue. Thank you for your presentation. I want to start off with a question. In your comparison, Mr. Schreier, you gave surrounding counties, and I know this is not necessarily a conversation about their pay rates, but are our pay rates on average equivalent to what they are paying their employees?
We did not look into that for this presentation, but we can.
Because I believe that needs to be part of the discussion, especially in light of how you ended your presentation on why we chose to go this route for the current healthcare packages that we have. You said that we took into account, past commissions have taken into account the fact that, we wanted to be able to retain our employees and offer them a benefits package that pretty much, I'm putting these words into your mouth, but what I heard was compensate for maybe lower pay. So I'd like to know if we're in line with the counties that we are comparing ourselves to for health benefits. Are we in line with what we are paying our employees?
We'll get that information.
Okay, thank you very much. First in the queue, I have Commissioner Johnson, District 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, it's a statement and a question. Can you go to the slide that shows the increases?
Oops, wrong way.
Yeah, my concern is that, I understand, well, let me ask the first question. How much of a deficit are we in because of our healthcare insurance?
We are, I believe it's $7.5 million over, projected to be $7.5 million over budget this year.
And that's just for 2025?
That's just for 2025. So I'm raising the 2026 budget to compensate for that.
So the 2026 budget will reflect $7 million more than the 2025 budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And so this plan would essentially recoup that $7 million that we're?
No, sir.
Okay, can you walk me through a little bit of this? The money aspect of it?
This will recoup approximately $1 million. This will shift $1 million from Augusta to our employees. My first slide, if we raised the employee contribution, so it was the 22%, we'd bring in $3.5 million. So Augusta is still going to cover part of that cost unless the ratio has changed. So it's 78% is paid for by Augusta, going for the goal of 22% paid for by the employees.
Yep. I see the annual increases, and my whole take on this is that where we are right now as an economy, like these increases can make or break our employees. And I understand the importance of why we're trying to do this. But my question is there a way that we can gradually increase through the years to get us to a better place versus seeing a family plus with a 555 annual increase or a 600 increase or 800 increase? Like, what can we do to slow down the burn, so to speak, to our employees? Because if they've been used to one set way of having their benefits, and then we're going to increase them by $500 or $600, it looks like here sometimes more. I mean, I understand, but that's pretty hard to shove down our employees' throats and say, Merry Christmas. How can we incrementally get to this point?
These rates would increase at least the same amount over the next 4 years. So we are walking this forward on a 4-year basis. You could do a 5-year basis. I would not recommend that, just because towards the year 5, that increase is not going to keep up with that. This is a hard topic, because I've got my finance director hat on, going, what's best for the county? I also have my finance director hat on, what's best for our employees? So that's a little bit of a dual role that I have to look at. The administrator is requested that we include a 3% COLA for the 2026 budget. If that's approved, that's going to offset a lot of these rate increases. Something has to give. Augusta cannot maintain this level of expense. We're trying to balance the level of service that the residents of Augusta get. And one of those services is, our biggest expense is our employees. So that's our biggest asset that we have to go forward. So, but you can't keep shifting this cost, because that's going to take away resources from something else. If we want to increase our parks, well, I'm taking $7 million to cover our employees instead of giving it to the parks. So that's I understand what you're saying, and believe me, I've looked at a lot of numbers and tried to come up with something that is reasonable. I'm not going to say it's fair. It's slightly aggressive, but I think this is the best path forward at this point.
What percentage split would that amount to for the city?
I did not do that math, but I can get that for you.
That'll be helpful.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Next in the queue, I have Commissioner Lewis, District 6.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Schreier, thank you for providing. This is a lot of work that goes into this, and I know that the employees, when we discussed this a couple of weeks ago, everybody's in tune to what is going to happen today. So I can imagine all of our employees have their computers on and pretty much have been waiting for this particular part of what we do here and what we're doing here today. I think that it's important that we make sure that we lift the burden off of our employees. And I know that's why a lot of them works for this city, because of the benefits. But when we look at giving a COLA and then turn around and we've got an increase in healthcare benefits, then that COLA just went out the window. And I do like the idea, I'm talking about previous COLAs, but I do like the idea that the administrator that you said, that the administrator is recommending a 3% COLA, then that will lift some of the burden off of those employees. Now, I will say this, these amounts for our top tier or our SES employee, it's nothing to them. That increase would be nothing. But those that are baseline and making minimum amount, $20,000, $30,000 a year, this will really affect them a lot. So I know you didn't do this, put this together without any heartburns. I know there was a lot of heartburns in the preparation of putting something like this together. But when we look at the number of employees that we have that falls in that category that I just mentioned, they don't make a lot of money, but they're here because of the benefits. And now you're taking we're taking a little bit of money that they're making and we're adding it to their benefits. It puts them back at an unlevel playing field when it comes down to them sustaining themselves and perhaps even some having families that they have to, look out for. So it's my hope that, whatever we decide, that we look at all the extremes to make sure that minimize the effect of the employees at best we can when it comes down to what they're going to incur, Because I believe that even with some of these increases here, we probably will see a mass exodus of some employees because they won't be able to live, a livable wage, increased benefits. They just don't go together. It won't work for a lot of them. So no fault of yours. You're just a numbers man, and we appreciate the numbers that you present. But we do have to take our employees into consideration when we make these decisions. And like I said, I like the idea that you mentioned at the administrator. We need to look at a COLA, 3% COLA, to help to offset some of this here. But again, thank you for the presentation. There was something that you wanted to say in relation to what I've.
Yes, sir. We have looked at that, and that's part of one of the things we're going to be looking at next year or starting in hopefully December, but for sure January, is developing a premium structure based on salary levels. So it is done in other places. Our consultant, James, has mentioned this in the past, that yes, you can develop a structure that your SES employees pay a little bit more than your entry-level employees. So we are aware of that, and we are taking that into account. Again, I'm going to back up and say, we haven't raised premiums
in 7 years, since 2018, I understand.
And we have had COLAs since that. So.
I understand. Again, I say that's the beauty of being a city employee. Yes, the benefits, the benefits. It's not so much the pay, but it's the benefit. Yes. And I'm glad you made mention of the gentleman back there, because I've been wondering who he was and what part did he play in that. I saw a distinguished looking gentleman back there with you and didn't know. We're glad to know these consultants. Nice to have you here with us. Again, thank you, Mr. Sherrill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. And next up is going to be Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle, but I did want to say the latter thing that you just mentioned, Mr. Schreier, I wish that would have been part of this. I love that. Like, that made me excited. I just wanted to put that out there. Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tim, I appreciate you putting this package together. I appreciate you actually looking at other governments on how they charge. Put it back on the slide where the deductibles is, please. Thank you. Let me first start off by saying, because you said that, we actually had to have attraction in order to attract people because of our lower pay scale. That was 20 years ago. Today's marketplace, we actually exceed in the private sector, but we also have 35% of fringe benefits that we offer our employees. Nobody has a pension no more in the private sector, and you'd be lucky to have a 401. With that being said, 78%, you said we pay, not we, the taxpayers of Augusta. The contributions is 22% by employees. I have a hard pill to swallow because I'm going to I agree with Commissioner Lewis about what the pay is from the low scale to the high scale. It ought to be a sliding ruler on how much. I think we had discussed this back in 13, 14, back when it was brought up before us. But our health care went up $17 million in the past 7 years. And it wasn't this past year we had a hard time, because between 2018 and 2020, it jumped $5 million. From 2022 to 2023, it jumped $6 million. This past year, it jumped $5 million because we are self-insured. It wasn't just a hard time this year. It's been a hard time for the past 7 years. But this body, not this body, but previous commission or even staff did not bring it to the forefront, saying this is where we're going to be if the trend is continued to steadily go up. I have yet to see health insurance go down in any year. Some of my pills that's hard to swallow for me is when somebody retires, they take their insurance with them. Is that right?
It depends.
I mean, I could have sworn. It depends on what?
One, if they have a contract for after they leave employment. Two, which healthcare plan or which pension plan they're in. If they're in the 45 or 49 plan and they did not participate in Social Security, yes, they do stay on our plan. For the majority of employees that are on the GMEBS plan, once they reach age 65, they're transitioned off of our current plan onto a Medicare Advantage plan if they choose.
Right.
So they have to take Medicare Part A and Part B, and then they have the Medicare Advantage. That is a completely separate plan and is not included in any of these calculations.
Okay. All right. So let's look at ways on how we could reduce our exposure with our health insurance. Do we have any kind of option, hey, if you get on your spouse's health insurance, it'd be worth for us to give them an incentive?
We were looking at the opposites, doing that for the 27 year. We were looking at doing something a little bit different.
How is that?
Basically, if you are eligible to be covered, if your spouse is eligible to be covered by insurance from their employer, we would charge $50 a month fee or surcharge if your family stayed your spouse.
$600 a year.
If your spouse stayed on our insurance instead of going on their employer's insurance. To incentivize people coming off of our insurance, going on to somebody else's plan.
How do you know if they have insurance?
You'd have
Odd question.
I mean, you'd have to ask.
Right.
I mean, you can't. You'd have to trust your employees to be honest and answer that question honestly.
All right. What you are telling us we need to do, we need to increase the annual deductible to $500 per year. And what employees need to understand, there's nowhere else where there's $500 in any other community, is it?
No, we have, and this is just for hospital costs. We did look at some other options, but I didn't have time to fully vet those, so I'm not going to present them, but that will be a upcoming conversation for future plan years.
Okay.
How much can we change the deductible? How much can we change co-pays? How much can we do co-insurance? Do we go 80-20, 90-10? Right now it's 100%. Do we change something along that line? But you have to look at how much burden is it going to go put on the employees versus how much money is it going to bring in? And this change will bring in about $1 million a year to Augusta, to cost shift. Is it better spent? We'll still need to do this, but would it be advantageous for us to enhance our wellness center so that we get these employees that go to the wellness center?
I actually had, I had to reach out to the HR director because we had one of the firemen try to utilize that wellness center, and they turned them away. They told them, go to the emergency room. Another increase in our exposure.
Our wellness center is not set up for emergencies. If it was a
No.
true emergency, they needed to go. Ours is just for wellness. If you're not feeling, if I'm feeling puny, as my dad would say, if I'm feeling puny today, do I go over there and just say, you've got a cold, you've got the flu, something along the lines where our employees can get quick turnaround with medical care. We also, with the wellness center, this has been an emphasis from day one with the wellness center. We want to get people in. We want to provide them low-cost or no-cost medication for maintenance drugs.
Okay.
If we save one person from a stroke, having a stroke, just those costs, the cost of the wellness center, the cost of that pill is well worth it to avoid somebody having lifelong disabilities and
That's
those
right.
costs.
That's right. So do you have a built-in multiplier built into this, like how we do our trash or water to the citizens?
It would be spread over 4 years. So you'd have your base amount would be going up $7. I think that's $7.50 for a single employee. That is the base amount. It would go up. Then we'd have to determine if our costs are rising quicker than that. Then we'd have to add to that. So our base is $7.50. It could go up from there. But after 4 years, hopefully we're at the 78% split.
Is it any cheaper for us to go back to private insurance?
I doubt it.
I mean, because it was the recommendation of staff again.
Yes.
To go to private, self-insured, and it ain't worked for us since. Because it's.
I don't know what it would cost if we were fully insured. I doubt it would be any less expensive. Insurance and health costs are expensive.
Oh, absolutely. We're seeing it right now.
It's going to get worse, in my opinion. It's next year is going to be a bellwether year if the federal government eliminates the subsidies for the ACA care, because that's going to drive people off insurance. It's going to reduce the amount of premiums you're going to collect, and it's going to drive them to emergency rooms, which in the end, we as taxpayers, we're going to pay for that. So I'm saying 6% because that's what the literature out there is saying is a 6% increase, but I could see that going up more than that.
Would you be kind enough to bring us back what Commissioner Lou was talking about, some kind of sliding scale to where we could get a visual on that, what it would, the impact and cost would be? And if you would
If you can give us 2 weeks for that.
Oh, absolutely. It's just, I don't want this conversation to end right here today and us not do anything. So I appreciate you coming before us. Madam Chair, thank you.
If I could,
Oh,
the sliding scale, it sounds great, but again, you have to look at your population. There's a small amount of SES employees, there's a small amount of managers, there's a large amount of staff, line staff. So we will do that, we can do that. I don't know if it's going to make as big, I just want to caution that it's not going to have a significant impact.
I guarantee you you'll have quite a few making 30 or less a year, and then you'll probably have more making 50 above. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to, you're welcome. Was that just Mayor Pro Tem, was that just a request, or did you want to put that in the form of a motion to come back in 3 weeks? I do have one more person in the queue.
Madam Administrator, you mind if I ask the Administrator?
Yes, sir, that's fine.
Madam Administrator, you good with this being done in 2 weeks? We ain't starting our budget session till when?
We're gonna start our budget session and having discussions the week of October 7th. However, we just have to have something concrete and approved so that we can start our open enrollment.
Okay. So your bottom scale would be what you had proposed and then move up from there. I guess your sliding scale is how you're going to do it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion for the intern finance director to bring back in 2 weeks a sliding scale presentation or present us with some docs with that. And I imagine you're going to have the built-in 3%, 4% multiplier a year to make sure we don't get into.
Again, we're basing this off of it's going to take us 4 years to get up to the 78-22% split. So we're going to have this as a base increase for the next 4 years. So in 4 years, single employee's health insurance is going to go up. Year 4, it'll be $32 more per pay period than it is today. If I did that, or $28.
Right.
Than it is today. So if there are
less than $750 a year.
Yes, if there are significant increases in our healthcare costs, we will adjust that rate.
All right, thank you, sir.
That was a motion? Is that a motion? Yes. Okay, I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. We're voting.
It's unanimous.
Ms. Bonner, item number 3.
Item 3 is motion to direct the administrator, interim general counsel, and finance department to take such actions as necessary to create a tax allocation district, number 5 Willow Road, to include property identified as map parcel 0220161-010, including the preparation of a redevelopment plan to be presented to the commission prior to conducting a public hearing.
And who will be presenting on this matter?
Madam Chair, I guess that would be me, because
Okay.
the motion reads like a lawyer wrote it. So earlier this year, there was a discussion, it was an unsolicited request for proposals regarding the creation of a pickleball facility in West Augusta. That proposal was rejected, and the administrator, myself, and Mr. Schreier were directed to meet with Dr. Akers to see if there was something that we could do to try to facilitate this project. So we came back with the concept of creating a TAD. And so a TAD, or tax allocation district, what it does is allows that a area that's designated by this body, which has a redevelopment plan approved by this body, designates the area, and as of December 31st, there's a base number that's determined. And so the property owner continues to pay taxes on that base amount going forward, but any increase in the value of the property, those tax dollars go to the county, but to go into a special fund to be utilized to pay redevelopment cost. This particular piece of property is on a significant incline on Wheeler Road. There's a lot of grading that needs to be done, and we talked in general concepts, but historically what this body has done is authorized an amount not to exceed 10% of the development project cost. So if it's $90 million, not to exceed $9 million, but that needed to be used to kind of offset the cost to make the property developable. So in other words, grading cost and infrastructure, but not just simply give somebody $10 million. So we spoke with Dr. Aker on a couple of different times, and he has not finalized the acquisition of land, but whether or not the committee or this body would support a TAD is indicative of whether or not you could get financing and things of that nature. And so in order to be able to meet the 12/31 guideline or deadline, we need to start this process. And so what we would do is create a plan for it to be a fairly simple plan, bring it back with the territory. If you agree with that plan, then what we would do is have a public hearing, and then we would designate that area. If that was the case, then either during this year or after December 31st, we could contract with Dr. Aker and his group with a development agreement to come back to this body that says, this is what we think. We will contribute X number of these special fund dollars to this project, provided that he delivers on certain things. That may be the construction of the hotel. It's the creation of X number of pickleball courts, tennis courts, whatever it may be. And so you would have the ability to approve the plan plus the development project, the development agreement before it's actually executed. But because we only meet once in December, we kind of have to get the plan drafted and to your body and a public hearing and approval within a fairly short window of time. And so what this is asking is to authorize the administrative, finance, and legal to start that process of creating the plan, which you will see prior to it going forward. And so we're just asking for your support today.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation, Attorney Plunkett. I'd like to start off by asking, can you name other projects where we have done this?
So the one that we know probably the best is Costco. That area is a TAD, and it was tried to be redeveloped twice before we got involved with the TAD there. There was another TAD that is downtown. The primary beneficiary of that was the Holiday Inn Express, which it was a very old hotel, asbestos-ridden, and had a swimming pool that needed to be removed. And then there was the Rockwood TAD, which it's the one that created iron oxide pigments out near the airport. Those are the three primary ones that I think you would say that have been successful. Each one of them allowed us to recruit someone to come in and create significant economic development for Augusta, in my opinion.
Okay. And my follow-up to that is they all had similar economic impact as what this proposed project will have?
I don't think that's necessarily the similar, but what we have, and Dr. Aker's here if you'd like to hear from him, but the idea was that it was going to be creating a approximately $80 to $90 million development. It was going to be create a number of pickleball courts indoor. One of the communications is that, and for this to be financially viable, we'd have to get the school board to participate, but there would be the ability for the schools to use the pickleball courts for their championships and things like that. Earlier this year, we heard from some people saying we needed more pickleball courts in the community. While this would be for fee, there would be this. So in an odd way of looking at it, it's a new park that you're not paying for because it would have a lot of recreational facilities for the community. But it would be creating jobs, it'd be creating tax base. The TAD itself would last for approximately 12 years. And then after that, any tax increments would go to the general fund.
By agreeing to this, and maybe you said this, I just want to make sure I'm clear on it. By agreeing to this TAD, we are not obligating ourselves financially in any way, or we are?
You're obligating yourself financially in the sense that the tax dollars that would be generated off of the growth is not going to the general fund. It is going to pay some of the redevelopment cost. But once we reach the amount of that reimbursement, the TAD ends. So the other part is that without this incentive, would the project be done? And the answer is probably not, based on their models. So the idea is that we are investing, not getting money for a period of time that we already don't get, and then we'll get attributes for the community. We'll get, hopefully, competitions and hotel rooms and things of that nature in exchange. And then in the short the mid-range, 12 years or so, then any of that growth would then be going to the general fund.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. I'm going to go to the queue. First up, I have Commissioner Lewis, District 6.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if it's all right, if I could ask Dr. Akers to come up.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner, Madam Chairwoman, my name is Dr. Troy Akers. I live at 1024 Peninsula Crossing in Evans, Georgia.
Thank you. Dr. Akers, thank you for your presence here today. I think some time ago when you first brought this presentation to the body, I think perhaps you were looking for a public-private partnership. Am I correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
And not being able to obtain that, my question to you is this a viable course for you now moving forward with your you and your partner's proposed project with this? Because you couldn't get the public part of this, having this TAD now will help you to be able to move forward with the exact same plan that you had, that you brought before us in the beginning, or have you had to scale it back or do some redesigns of anything?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Body, thank you for the opportunity to address. So, Commissioner, not only do we not scale it back, but this may provide opportunities for other sports venues that this city would find not only an economic boom, but would clearly put us on the map. We've been in discussions with the hockey purveyors in the practice facility, and part of the vision of this would be that, and taking leadership from you, but the part of this is maybe the pickleball courts would stay, but where the tennis courts would be, now that Newman's going to be redeveloped and provide tennis for constituents, that there would be a hockey practice facility there that would bring in hockey as well as skating. Now, that's still early, and there's a lot of discussion. Project's far from being over the finish line, but I've heard this body from the mayor and all the commissioners talk about what they want Augusta to look like, and I just simply want to partner with it. But to answer your question, yes. And the way that we're viewing it, this is still a public-private partnership, just the city of Augusta isn't on the hook for maintenance and things like that. So we would still be integral with the school system. We would love to be partnered with the Parks and Rec Department for the city to have access to those facilities.
Okay, and it's my understanding, I think, based on General Counsel here, if this TAD 5 is created and we are able to move forward, we're not the only entity that has a stake in this, moving this TAD forward. The Board of Education has to approve it as well. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Financially speaking, if we don't have the school board's waiver of their taxes, so to speak, financially it would take, basically the school board's about a half to 2/3 of your tax bill. It would take an extended long time, and but financially I don't think it works for Dr. Akers' model. And so what we're trying to do is just get started, to have a blessing to bring something back to y'all, and then while we're doing that, we would talk to the school board and get the school board to see if they would participate. If they say they're not, then we might just stop the process. If they're agreeable and we bring this back and y'all are good with the plan, then we go to the next step. This is just getting started, and Dr. Akers is part of the process to be, this is what we're trying to do, and we'll talk to him. But the actual agreement with him would not be drafted until the plan is approved by y'all. So there's a plan and there's a project. So if that makes some sense.
It does. Dr. Akers, what kind of time constraints, other than what General Counsel has already mentioned about meeting the deadline for this, what time constraints are there upon you and your partners in moving this? If everything goes well, all the stars line up, what kind of time frame are you looking at?
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. So we're prepared to close on the land in 60 to 90 days should this body decide to move forward. I will tell you that the landowners have also gotten additional letters of intent that would, in my opinion, and hearing from this body, not meet the goal of what the city of Augusta wants, high-density housing that's doesn't really generate much tax revenue. So we're at a critical step, candidly. If this body decides that this isn't the way they want to move forward, we totally understand, but the project will likely fail, and it'll be redeveloped into something like apartments or something like that.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, Dr. Akers.
Hey, you're welcome. Any other questions?
Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. Next, I have Commissioner Johnson, District 1, sir.
Thank you. Can you share with me where on Wheeler Road this would be?
Yes, Commissioner. I'm sorry, I don't have it pulled up. It's at the corner of I-20 and Wheeler Road. It's a 33-acre parcel that's sitting in Commissioner McKnight's district. It's directly across the interstate from McKnight Development, so CarMax, et cetera. If you were looking at the property, you would be looking across I-20.
Okay. Do we have figures, General Counsel, do we have figures there on what this TAT would amount to? I mean, do we know what numbers we would be looking at over the course of the agreement? Are we at that point yet?
We have some rough numbers. Basically, what we did is we got their estimate of what the project cost was approximately $85 to $90 million. We then asked them for their development cost. In other words, what is it about this piece of property why can't you just do it without us having to contribute to it? And they came back with some estimates of costs between about $8 and $10 million, which is kind of in that sweet spot of about 10%. We have not done a deep dive into the finances of it but most of those expenses that they indicated, Mr. Schreier and I talked with it, we talked separately about it, and they seem appropriate for this. So what we would do is phase the development agreement. So in other words, when they hit certain development parts, then they would get reimbursed. So in other words, if they opened up pickleball facilities and the indoor, let's say that was it, and that's what y'all agreed, and we want to reimburse them $4 million of the agreed to hypothetical 8, then as those funds are collected, they would be distributed. But again, keep in mind, they're not distributed until it's collected. So if the project doesn't pay taxes, there's nothing to reimburse them. There's nothing out of Augusta's pocket to come out. But then let's say that the other part of that big project was half that was a hotel. And they said, we're not going to build a hotel. Well, you're not going to get any more reimbursement. But if they built the hotel, then they would be entitled to the full amount of that reimbursement. What we want to do is have them have a reimbursement that is timed. So let's say let's say we all agree on $8 million. Well, we want to get them the $8 million as soon as they pay it, but if they don't pay it for valuation purposes, they appeal it or whatever, hypothetically, they could extend it for 30 years, just paying lower taxes. Well, we want to sunset that so that we either get, it comes back on the tax rolls at a time certain. Either they get their $8 million, or let's say it's 12 years. 12 years hits, they've only gotten $6 million. Tough. Wasn't worth as much as you thought it was going to be. Mm-hmm. But if they get it $8 million in year 4, it's also over.
So this would essentially just be a model. When you bring this back to us, this would be a model of what this TAC could look like for the city? Or would we be given authorization to actually create it?
There are 2 phases. The first is to designate the area as a redevelopment area. So we have to have a plan that says this area needs to be redeveloped. It's predominantly just lawyer-written stuff, but it says this is the plan area. And we could do just the site. We can include other areas to make the increment go faster. But my suggestion would be just to do the site. okay? You'll see the plan, and then you'll authorize a hearing. It's a public hearing, it's held in this chamber. Probably the only people who would attend would be possibly the media to see if someone's there, and Dr. Aker, because it's pretty much just a pickleball facility when it's all said and done. Once that occurs, there's a separate vote that says we approve the plan. We approve the district, and that's done. So that's stage one or phase one. Then what we need to do is negotiate the terms of the development agreement. So that is, how much would the project bring in? How much would we reimburse? What would be the timing? So that would be, again, the administrator, finance, and legal negotiating that with Dr. Akers.
Okay.
Okay? Then you get to approve that as well.
Okay.
So everything you get to approve as we go.
Last question. Are we limited as to how many TADs we could create in the city?
Yes, sir. No more than 10% of your assessed values. I think it's assessed.
And what would that limit be for Augusta?
We're pretty far from it right now. I think I can get you the number, but it would be, we have a digest of about 6 billion, so 600 million.
Okay.
I think is the number, but I can get you, before next week, I can get you correct numbers.
That's great. All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Next, I have Commissioner Guilfoyle, Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Jim, as far as the LOI that Dr. Akers is going to be presented to us, how do we get the BOE on board?
Basically, what we would do is, if y'all authorize moving the plan forward, then either the administrator or I would talk to him and probably ask Dr. Akers to come in. Typically, Board of Educations are not opposed to TADs so long as they're not creating additional residences, because that increases their exposure cost without this. The incentive to this is that, and I'm committing to Dr. Akers something that we just generally talked about, but is that they would have a right to use those facilities for championships and things like that for a period longer than the TAD.
Right.
So they would have an out thing. So the hope is that the school board would see the benefit to their students, and they would be willing to participate. Again, they're not giving up tax dollars, they're just giving up the potential tax dollars.
Okay, so Dr. Akers is going to be investing 85, 90 mil. We're going to set aside designate this one piece of property as a TAD. And what is the shelf life of a TAD? I know it's once it's reimbursed of the basically 10%, $8-9 million. How is that determined? But it's based on the cost, estimated cost of what the project's going to be finished at?
Yeah, so what you would do is you'd calculate, here's the estimated tax, you do the 40%, then do what the average mill rate is. You'd estimate how long what that would generate over the next, how long would it take to generate $8 million, hypothetically. Right. You probably would want to add 1 to 5 years longer just because downturns in the economy, but that's why we want to sunset it. So he either, at some point, while the facility has value, you get the tax revenues. Right. As an example, on Costco had to generate a certain number of dollars, but it also sunsetted after 17 years. We haven't reached that year. And the reason why most big box retailers were for like a 20-year period of time. So we want at least 3 years of tax dollars coming to the general fund. Same idea here is we want it to get in, do the great development, and then start paying taxes to Augusta that actually come to the general fund.
So basically this property, let's put a imaginary number, $5,700 a year is what is generated in property tax. That $5,700 is going to continue. Even after he developed this property, it's going to stay $5,700 until the TAD's satisfied, and then it'll escalate from there, the value of the property.
Yes, sir. So if his tax bill is 57 today and his tax bill went to $200,000, 57 goes to the general fund ultimately, and the balance of it goes into a special fund.
Right.
It's held there until his deliverables are met, and then they're reimbursed.
Yeah, I know that's going to have numerous tennis and pickleball, a clubhouse, hopefully a hotel, parking. He has great ideas, great dreams, but fortunately he was able to put it on paper to where, and my colleagues seen it before down Macon, Georgia, where I have never seen it. So I have to follow their lead on this one. So you brought up Cabela's, 17-year shelf life.
Well, that's the term of the TAD, yes, sir.
Okay.
Hopefully Cabela's has a much longer shelf life than that.
Right, absolutely. So how long has Cabela's been there?
We're probably year
17, 18,
probably 10 to 12. About 12 years.
Okay, so we got another 5 years before we start seeing any.
There's a debate over whether or not they've collected all their money or not, so we're working on that.
Okay, sound like a winner. Jim, I appreciate you answering all my questions, and I appreciate you coming before us, Doctor.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and do I have a motion? I need,
I second.
okay. So there's a motion and there's a second to, what is the motion?
Motion on the screen.
The motion on the screen, okay? All right, I have a motion and a second of what's listed on the screen, and we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Okay, Ms. Bonner, if we could go to item number 4.
4 is a motion to transfer excess SPLOST 2 proceeds to qualifying debt service in accordance with OCGA 48-8-121G1B.
Okay, and Finance, you will be presenting on this?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Schrader?
SPLOST 2 is over. We have not had any expenditures out of there for several years. And there is, I believe, sorry, I don't have that memorized, about $90,000 remaining in that fund. We're requesting that the fund be closed and that SPLOST phase be ended. According to state statute, any excess collections need to go to 1, satisfy any county debt, and if there's no county debt, then 2 goes to reduce taxes. Because we have a Coliseum debt, it would go to that.
Okay, we're going to start off with questions from Commissioner Johnson, District 1.
Thank you. What were those $90,000 allocated for?
That's probably just interest earnings.
Are you sure? You said probably.
TAD 2 started in 1982.
TAD 2?
Yes.
Or SPLOST 2?
TAD 2.
And
I'm
you-
sorry, SPLOST 2.
And you said it started when?
I believe it was 1982. So it has been out there, and it's just collections and reinvested interest.
Are we sure of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Would we have to vote? I know in certain situations, if you take SPLOST dollars to pay off debt and things like that, you have to vote on it, like the citizens have to vote on that. Would this qualify in that same vein?
No, sir. We're disposing of excess funds. So we're doing that in accordance to state statute. So
How are we finding leftover money from 1982?
it's,
And I asked that because we asked for previous SPLOST dollar reports, and I think the furthest we went back was like 96 or something like that, or 99 or something. How are we finding money from 82?
I'm sorry, I may have misspoken. I can't remember. It could have been 92.
Still, 92. That's just still lingering around from 92. And we have all these services we're trying to push. We have all these issues we're trying to solve, and we can find money from 92?
Yes, sir. It's been there. We've been talking about closing that tab for a couple of years, and it's just finally, we've had, between transitions of staff and administrators, it's come to the point where we've brought this to your attention. So it's $90,000 you'd like to dispose of.
I feel, I understand, and I don't necessarily, disagree, but I feel real uneasy over here, Tony Lewis, that we are finding 33, 34-year-old money when we ask for dollars to do things in our communities, and we're constantly told we don't have it, we can't find it, and we just found $90,000 from 1992. So I don't want to harp on it, but I just want to just share how surprised I am. And it really makes me wonder how much more money is out there from that era that we don't know about, especially when we're trying to solve some of these big issues. And, it's only $90,000. That's a lot of money. So I know you didn't come up here for that, but I'm just very shocked that we are able to find it. So for whatever that's worth.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. My question, Mr. Schreier, is you laid out, these are the steps. So it has to go to debt reduction and/or property tax relief. Those are the only two options.
Yes, ma'am. If there is no debt, then it goes to property tax relief.
Okay. All right. So it cannot go to any outstanding projects that we have not collected enough funds on?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure and hear that out loud. Okay. I have a motion to approve and a second. We're voting.
It's unanimous.
Okay. And that brings us to our last item, Ms. Bonner.
Motion to approve the minutes of the September 9th, 2025 Finance Committee meeting.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
They're your minutes. That's you talking.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second, and we're voting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still thinking about it. My bad.
It's unanimous.
Okay, that concludes finance. It has been a pleasure.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and get the last committee of the day, bring engineering services to order. Are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
All right. Madam Clerk, I'd like to propose the following for consent items. Agenda item number 1, agenda item number 9 for consent. The following items, I'd like to, and 15 as far as for consent as well. Thank you, colleague from the 3rd. I'll also like to move item number 2 to the next committee cycle. And item number 13.
Can that be included on the consent to move it?
To the next committee cycle?
Yes, sir. Add to the consent.
Okay, add those to the consent to move to the next committee cycle. That's item 2 and 3?
Item 2 and 3?
Yep, 13,
No,
sorry. 13 to move to the next committee
committee.
cycle. The following items, due to the fact that there's an absence of the engineering director, we're going to move to a full commission without recommendation. That's going to be item number 7, number 10, number 11, 12, and 13.
11, and 13 to the full commission, no recommendation.
No, I'm sorry. Number 13, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
taking that
Commissioner
to
from the
committee.
ninth, for correcting my mistake. Number 13 was going to, back to next committee.
Next committee.
Yes, ma'am. All right. And then we're going to do companion items for 3, 4, 5.
Well, you added 3 to the consent.
No, I didn't.
He took it off?
I said
Oh,
13.
13.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
my mistake. Commissioner from the ninth is rubbing that one in my face, so that was meant 13.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do I get a second? All right, got a motion and a second. Ready to vote, Ms. Bonner?
All right.
I said it slow for her.
I know. It's unanimous.
All right. Ms. Bonner, for these items for 3, 4, 5, and 8, I'm going to ask that we bring up our procurement director and item 14 so that he can walk us through the procurement process that was followed for these items. Committee members, if you have questions for these, feel free to ask those or provide the request for additional information.
Okay, that's 3. 3 is to approve proposals, excuse me, to enter into engineering services contract with Adura Group to provide engineering services relative to the Goodrich Street raw water pump station in the amount of $65,500, pre-qualified engineering consulting firm under RFP 24132. Item number 5 is Augusta, to approve Augusta Utilities emergency purchase of water meters. Number 14 is a motion to approve a proposal to enter into engineering services contract with Johnson LaShober and Associates to provide engineering services, including permitting, designing, bidding, construction, administration for extension of the water and sewer infrastructure for proposed development in the amount of $50,500.
Yeah, Ms. Bonner, I think you skipped number 4.
4.
And number 8.
4 is to approve proposals for GMC engineering for water and wastewater permitting. GMA is a pre-qualified RFQ 24132. Number 8 is to approve supplemental funding for preliminary engineering design phase 2 of the design consultant service agreement in the amount of $1,184,897.25 for the Skinner Mill Road improvement projects.
All right. Sir, if you could please introduce yourself to the public.
I'm Andy Pinnock, Director of Procurement for Augusta.
All right. I do want to acknowledge as well for the utility items. I know we do have backup. Our favorite substitute from utilities will be here, committee members, to answer any questions that you all may have for that. Mr. Pinnock, please verify and validate the processes that we followed for procurement, please.
Yes, on item number 1.
No, item number 3.
3, approve the proposal. This group, Adura Group, Inc., is one of several engineering consulting firms that we solicited and have under contract for engineering services. I believe that utilities will give an explanation of why this particular engineering firm was chosen, but I do know and have reviewed that their services were correctly procured.
Okay. Committee members, you all have any questions or points of discussion that you'd like to bring up for this item?
No, I just wanted, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make sure that he followed and he approves, because there's a lot of money being spent, and we just wanted to make sure that the process was followed.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. Any objections? Motion to approve this one and move it forward to the commission? All right, got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir.
Let's vote.
Number 3. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. Number 4, it's already been read for the public. Mr. Pinnock, it's yours, sir.
Yes, so this firm, GMC, was also procured under the same RFQ, request for qualifications. And I believe utilities chose this because of their specialties and speciality in this service. But I would defer to utilities.
Okay, utilities, anything to add on this one?
Everything, yes, sir. Kelsey Henson, Construction and Maintenance, how y'all doing today?
There he is.
This was done per the consent order, making sure that we're compliant with the pumps and the bypassing due to the violation we had during the previous consent order inspection.
Okay.
And GMC has experience in doing so, so they were selected to help us with this process, to make sure the permits are valid.
Committee members, you guys have any questions or points of discussion for Mr. Kelsey? Motion and a second. Mr. Pinnock, any issues or concerns with this procurement process?
No, I do not.
All right. Madam Clerk, let's vote. Got a motion and a second.
It's unanimous.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Number 5 has been read for the public. Mr. Pinnock, please clarify and validate that we followed all procurement process and procedures. Are there any issues, concerns with the process that was followed?
There's no concerns or issues. So the vendor the utilities wants to purchase from will be under contract within the next 2 commission meetings. So in order for utilities not to have a shortfall of water meters for residences, they want to go ahead and place an order against that future contract for emergencies to have them on stack. My understanding is it's 160 meters on average that they install, so they want to have enough in stock. I believe that this is a valid purchase.
Okay. Kelsey, can you verify and validate publicly the benefit that we'll receive from the purchase of these water meters?
Yes, sir. We are currently out of water. We're running out. We have a few left on hand. This will give us enough surplus to make it to the end of the year till the contract can be done to where we can do the total replacement going to AMI.
Okay. Team members, for the committee, you all have any questions, any concerns for this purchase, or any concerns regarding the benefit that these water meters will continue to bring us?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to recognize Commissioner from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the overall cost of this ask? And your funding source?
Is it 146, 430? Is that the total?
146.
Okay. What's your funding source?
I didn't get that from, I don't have that at this time, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Since we're missing some information from the first, you all good with moving this one to next commission without recommendation?
They just don't know. The funds are available.
the
Yeah,
funding
the
source?
account. Funds are available in the following account on the front page of the agenda item.
Was there like a name to the account?
Account. Where's Tim?
There he is.
Here.
Yeah.
Funding will come from operations or operational funding, so it's just a normal revenue. This will go into their inventory.
And the only reason I asked the question is because I want to just make sure that it doesn't put the department in a tough position. I know that they're running out of meters, and so it seems like there's an emergency at nature, like an emergency at hand or something like that. And I want to make sure that we weren't putting ourselves in a position where we're pulling from some place where we shouldn't. But I'm fine with that.
Hey, Kelsey, clarify for us. So right now, this is for you all stockpile to remain
Yes, sir.
backed up, not necessarily that we're short the amount that we need to put out, correct?
Now, we don't have enough to complete what we have to install till the end of the year.
Okay.
Based on the number we do daily, we're gonna run out of meters very shortly. So this is to make sure we can complete.
So this will put us at the number we need and give us a stockpile in the event we need additionals?
We should have a little surplus based on this number. That's been calculated as well until we can go into the contract to get everything done next year.
Okay. What, do we know what the percentage of, maintaining your stockpile is? Like, what, do y'all have a set number of how many you need to maintain to kind of be healthy without having, a shortage?
From here to the end of the year is 1,000 meters is what we're thinking that we can take to get it done.
Okay. And right now, you all are ordering 1,000. How many out of this 1,000 are you all still short of installing out throughout the community?
How many are we short installing?
Yeah, you said you still are you're still in motion of installing these new meters out there, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
you were short.
We have a time frame that we're replacing them. It's based on what the age of meters, and also when we come in, we're having meters that aren't performing accurately, getting improper readings. So that number can be based on what we experience in the field. On average, you're doing 7 to maybe 25 meters a day, sometimes more than that.
Okay, and that's
Guys,
based.
fine. And then new construction as well. When we come in old meters in an area that's having construction, it's best to replace the meter so you don't have that old meter that we're going to eventually have to replace anyway.
Okay, Commissioner Guilfoyle from the 10th.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Let me ask you a question. When you change out one of these valves, they solid brass, what do you do with the old one?
We turn them into the warehouse. Then we have a contractor come and evaluate them, looking at buying them from the city. They give us a check. It returns back to the city itself.
They pay weight value on them or scrap value? The only reason why I'm asking because metals.
Yes, sir.
Has gone stupid high. That's like silver right now. 1 ounce is $46, $47 an ounce.
Yes, sir.
So, it has value to it, is what I'm trying to say.
So the brass has value. It has to be turned in. We have a policy. Our guys have to make sure that when they're taken out, they're turned in. And that part is handled by our finance department, which procures a vendor to purchase them from our department.
Yeah, most companies, even Plant Vogel, they sell it by scrap weight.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, and I apologize, Madam Administrator, I want to make sure that we double tap with you as well. Any issues or concerns for any of these that we've approved so far?
No, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Pinnock, we're good to go from a procurement standpoint?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Can I get a motion? Second. All right, got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, let's vote. I know, you're lacking there from the 10th. Let's go.
It's unanimous.
All right. So that's going to take us to number 8.
Okay.
We've already read for the public. Mr. Pinnock, please walk us through the procurement process, sir.
Yes, so supplemental funding for preliminary engineering design. The design consultant was procured correctly. As far as to the supplemental funding, that's outside of my purview.
Okay. Mr. Kelsey, you have any information on that one, sir?
Number 8,
This is number
sir.
8. This is number 8.
I was not aware of this.
Yeah,
one, so
and
I think
this-
this is an engineering project.
Yep, that's my oversight on that one. Madam Clerk, or committee members, we're going to move this one to full commission in the absence of the engineering director. Any objection?
I do have a question for the procurement director.
All right, Mr. Pinnock?
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. RFP, RFQ, when does one take the place of the other? Price versus qualification.
Yes, typically for Augusta, we ask for qualifications first. And so the firm will turn in how long they've been in business, their specialty, references, and these type of things. So we qualify them first. Then we go out to the qualified ones and ask for a cost.
Okay, but in order for to do it, the RFQ, they're already qualified because they already filled out a vendor application. Would that be correct?
A vendor application, so we have bidders and vendors. So not all bidders are vendors.
Okay.
If you bid on a project and we award it to you, you become a vendor at that point. It's just two different clarifications.
Okay. And you are the one that determines if it's RFQ or RFP?
I with my team.
Okay. I like that. Thank you.
Hey, committee members, I do want to bring up the point. So for item number 8, this is a tier project, and this is fully funded project. All right. So we got a motion and a second to approve. Madam Clerk, let's vote.
Madam Clerk, I'm the one who made that motion.
Check. It's unanimous.
All right. That's going to bring us to item number 14. Mr. Pinnock, yep, that's already been read for the public. Mr. Pinnock, please move forward with giving us explanation about the procurement process.
Yes, this was through RFQ 24, so it was last year, -132, for design services. This particular one was found for its permitting, capability, bidding, and construction administration for the extension of water and sewer infrastructure. The firm passed everything that it needed.
Okay. Any concerns, any issues with the procurement process that was followed?
No.
All right. Kelsey, if you can give us some additional explanation with this particular item.
Yes, sir. It was the Southern Pines development off of Highway 56. It was to not only assess, but also upgrade the utilities infrastructure in order to support the development.
All right. Now, I do want to point out this one. This is essential work that's going to assist us in continued development.
Yes, sir.
Of these areas, correct?
Yes, sir. It's correct.
Long overdue, benefiting years of growth and expansion.
Yes, sir. And also aging infrastructure that needs help. So this will help. We don't want new development tied in the old infrastructure causing problems.
Thank you. Committee members, you all have any questions, concerns, or items of clarity needed for this item? Mr. Pinnock, any issues again with the procurement process that was followed?
I see no issues.
All right, Madam Administrator, any issues for this item and the previous item that was discussed?
No, sir.
All right, committee members, can I get a motion? All right, got a motion and a second, Madam Clerk. Let's vote.
It's unanimous.
All right, Madam Clerk, I think that brings us to the end of engineering services. Is that correct?
What about number 6? Did we do 6? We have 6 left.
Say again?
6.
Did we skip number 6?
Yes, sir.
All right, so number 6 is dealing with a reimbursement.
You want me to read that?
Yeah, go ahead and read into the record since we didn't read it. We skipped that one.
Okay, well, let's see. We're going to take 11, what I have, 11 and 8 to the full commission with no recommendation. Number 6 is to approve and authorize engineering to submit, accept, and receive GDOT financial assistance through GDOT Local Maintenance and Improvement Grant in the amount of $450,873 for repairing roads damaged by Hurricane Helene. Authorize mayor to sign associated documents.
All right, so again, the engineering director is not here to add some additional clarity, so we're going to move this one to the full commission without recommendation. Any objections to doing that? All right, Madam Clerk, let's move that one to the full commission without objection. I do want to clarify for number 8, we did receive a motion and a second, and we voted on that one. So that recommendation was approved to move forward.
So, okay, it's moving forward, no recommendation, is that what you're?
No. We had a motion and a second, and we approved it.
Yes, we did. We had two, so.
Oh, okay. I
We
thought you had said that we didn't do it, that's all.
We had, it originally was done that way, and then it was pulled and it was voted on, so.
Yes, ma'am. So we're good to go.
Yes, sir.
All right. Madam Clerk, that brings us to the end of engineering services.
Whoopee.
Let's bring that to a close. Great way to end the day. Thank you.
Keeping it straight.